Okay, we're here. Welcome, everyone. I kind of like that music. Let's keep that going. Welcome, everyone, to AI Office Hours. How do we get that music going? Like, that was kind of nice, right? Trying to play Apple Music. Welcome. There we go. To AI Office Hours. This is a show. It's a new show, as you can probably tell, as I try to close my Apple Music. Let's go back to the intro. And on this show, I would like to demonstrate how incredible AI is. Okay, it turns out the music's annoying. So what's up, guys? On this show, I'd like to demonstrate how insanely OP AI is in its most nascent form. Like, we have not even begun to develop AI technology in the real world. We haven't brought all the pieces together, and yet it's still, I believe, more transformative than any previous revolution or enlightenment in human history. And what it's going to be is a revolution of ideas, of work, of labor. Thinking is hard. And so we're commoditizing intelligence, right? Like, the best part of the human species, besides our ambidextrous, or our what do you call, like, ambulatory? Anyway, we have these fingers that can grasp things and manipulate them, and it's awesome. But other than that, like, the thing that sets us apart is our brains, our minds. And I think we're mostly like other animals, like, first of all, you're mostly a banana. Genetically speaking, you're mostly a banana. So you got to think about that. Like, let's, get GDT on the scene. And there's too much to talk about. Let me prove this to you. Hey, GDT, that's the name of my LLM. How much percentage of a banana am I? I think it's like 56%. It's incredible. No, like, for real, genetically. No, serious question. Genetically, how much DNA do I share with bananas? And I think it's important to realize this because human beings have, like, this tendency throughout all of time in history, and no different in these days, to set themselves apart from everything. At first, we were the center of the universe. And that's what people really believed. They thought that the Earth was the center of the universe and the sun revolved around it. And it wasn't until scientists came along and started testing shit and making predictions that we figured out that it's not even the sun isn't even the center of the universe. We're all the center of the universe, cosmically speaking. At least the perspective is we can just see infinitely out according to however much time has passed, 13.8 billion years, whatever they say. Cosmically speaking, the observer effect is the same wherever you are. And so in that sense, we are all at the center of the universe. And I wish I had an easier way to explain that, but it's kind of poetic to say, hey, he got the answer. Boom. Humans share about 50 to 60% of their DNAs with bananas. So like, yeah, we're definitely mammals. And we have, a neocortex that helps us abstract and think a little bit different. But I think we share a lot of the same emotions and requirements as a dog or a dolphin or a Damascus dingo, if we're sticking with D's. Okay, I made up the Damascus. Don't Google it. Let me save you a second. A dingo. Ate your baby. Okay, enough Seinfeld. So, what's the point of this show? It's just to do AI shit because people seem to be scared of it. And it's like saying you're scared of cash. Why would you be scared of cash? Don't you just want as much cash as you can, even just to burn it and see how cool it is to burn it, right? There's nothing to be afraid of with AI. And the only thing that you should be thinking is, how do I leverage it? Somebody gave you a friggin' lever. You got a bunch of nails, they gave you a hammer. And so what are you going to build with that? What are you going to learn? How are you going to develop as a result of this emergent intelligence? Because I do think that AI is emergent. I don't think people knew what they had. I didn't think they mean to make it that way. I think all of its extra powers are for free. And it's not something that the authors intended. Otherwise, they would have done something with it way sooner, right? Google made LLM. Let's ask GDT. What's the history of... I'm a big fan of the Joe Rogan podcast, okay? So in the off chance that in this crazy world, a member of that show could ever hear or see these words, let me just gotta say to young Jamie, who we all love and respect, stop Googling shit. Just type it into GPT-4. Seriously. Every time now is a waste because it's a denial of the technology not to use it. You're just denying it. And it's dumb to do that. It's freaking powerful tech. So yeah, shout out to one of my favorite shows of all time. Been a listener since 2013. OG freaking crew. Love JRE. But also annoyed by it at certain times. But I've been listening long enough to have an opinion. So, what's the history of what? So in machine intelligence, I think one of the breakthroughs that I barely understand, except to tell you what I'm telling you now, is a computer's ability to teach itself. I believe they call that deep learning, and I think it happened around 2012. And I remember back in my professional engineering days when I used to work for big tech companies and do cool shit, once in a while, maybe once ever. But no, I had a ton of cool shit happen while I was working in big tech. And one of the things I remember being at lunch with these really high-end engineers that were trying to really push the edge of what was possible with artificial intelligence. I mean, really, we didn't even think of it like that. We were just calling it machine learning and God, what was the library? Anyway, I'm blanking right now because I know people will know for sure. But it was whatever, TensorFlow, whatever bullshit is out there. That's what they were using. And I was just trying to get one of them. I can't even remember who I was speaking to at the time. Maybe it was, I'm not going to name names, but yeah, I actually think I do remember now. But yeah, I was trying to get them to explain to me in a way that I could understand what the freak was happening when you get a computer that can classify a spoon as a spoon. Like, how does it do that? And so then he goes into like these, I can't even recall the technical terms, like build a matrix out of all of the pixels, look at the next pixels, look at their color, look at their brightness, do edge detection recursively. The thing that is so powerful about AI, I still don't get it, is it's iterable. So it doesn't have to be that accurate because it can just try again. Like, that is the power. We all love the Eminem song, right? Where like, what if you only had one shot, one opportunity? Stuff is like that in life, kind of. But like, not with AI. It's the exact opposite in that world. The more you do, the more you can do, because the more you do, the more experience you get, the more you learn and remember. Maybe that's similar with people as well. So I think it's important to consider before we begin this session, because there's no way I'm going to build everything I need to build in one session. So this is going to be like a series. And I haven't talked enough about what sets AI apart from anything else and why it is real, and why, and I think even there's evidence of it being real is that people in some ways still deny it. And I love my parents. I had the best family growing up, all good there. But I do remember them talking about the internet being a fad. And it's just so funny how like now they love it. They love the internet and they use cell phones and it's great. But like in the beginning, people really couldn't tell that. I could tell, but I was a kid and kids see that stuff. But like people couldn't tell that email was here to stay. And I don't know, just like the power of Alta Vista. I'm 37. Like Alta Vista was better than what was after. I think after Alta Vista was just Google, and nothing's come since until this guy. GDT, Gamma Delta Theta, is my AI. And so, yeah, like I was saying, I think we need to take a step back and just think about, where are we? How did we get here? And where can we go? For all of time in history, it was, where are we going? Now we can finally ask, where do we want to go? What do we want to do? You know, like you were just trying to survive. All animals do all day is just try to survive to the next day, as many days in a row as possible. Whatever their streak is, that's their high score, then they're gone. Same basically with people, except every animal has to figure out how to get clean water. And you can't even explain to me how you get clean water. It's a fundament of your life. It's a fundamental staple. You don't even think about it. And that is what is happening with intelligence and then money, since a lot of that is just the same thing. Information, I think, is the ultimate abstraction. Energy is the ultimate abstraction. What's the difference between information and energy? You tell me. So what's the history of how do we get here historically? So you get two monkeys in the savannah freaking hanging out, and they're like bros. And so like they kind of know each other super well. And one monkey picks up this piece of gray matter from the ground, looks at it, and it just makes a vocal noise. And it's like, rock. And the other monkey's like, rock. And they're both like, rock, rock. This is all stolen from Tim Urban. We should go look it up because it's so good. Urban rock. I think it was under the magic hat of Elon Musk. Elon Musk Neuralink. Like, where's my freaking Neuralink? Why can't I get it? Boom. Why can't I think and have it instantly happen? You know, we're still like 5 years away. It's frustrating. But yeah, like, keep in mind, for all of time in history, every animal and human being alive was scratching and clawing just to breathe, right? Just to eat and drink for the next day. We're the first people in history that can experience the pleasure, the sublime pain of boredom. Not even, we can't even experience it anymore with cell phones, but we, like no animal has the luxury of boredom. Dogs, but it's because they use our tech. So where's the good part? Okay, yeah, he explains it so good. The evolution of human brains. So let's go through this. This is awesome. I mean, I do have to code, but like, it'll take multiple sessions. But I do really want to build this delta hedging by Monday. Sidebar, just to tell you what it is, I think I can do this automatic insurance. So here's what it is. It's not that. Yeah, it is. Okay, here's what delta hedging is. Every 100 milliseconds, look at every stock and option position you have in in any market, in any portfolio. So it could be Robinhood, it could be Tradier, it could be whatever, your Chase brokerage account. You might have to hijack some cookies to get the information or whatever. If the opening delta, you don't know what that means. It's so complicated. Okay, for a layman to understand, it takes a lot of context. Okay, so in markets, we trade stocks, and stocks represent ownership of a company. Everyone gets that. And so if you have one share of Tesla stock, then you have one of like 200 million or whatever it is, outstanding shares. We could look it up, doesn't matter. You have a percentage ownership of the company. You're exposing yourself to the same upside and downside, the same risks and rewards through this great financial instrument that we created called stocks, which itself is just an abstraction of the value that we trade in, just like you could have a gold coin. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's all trading and markets. Okay, so that's stocks. And then options are an abstraction. We have so many threads. I count them all, but can you guys stay with me? I don't know. So for that's stocks. Stocks represent ownership of a company. For an option, that represents ownership of stocks. So it's a derivative, it's a contract that either is making a bet that you think what the price is going to be by a specific time, or it's a contract to ensure that a price stays where it's at for a given time. And they call them calls and puts. But either way, they're these derivatives that represent a block of 100 shares. Yes, that is what they represent. And okay, so we all of that just to get here, okay? So you have the markets where people trade and for goods and services. Then we abstracted that into the equity markets where people can buy and sell stocks, which represents ownership of a specific company. Then we abstracted that another level and we created the option. They did that, I think, in like the 70s. We could look it up. Very new tech. And the option is an abstraction of the ownership. So you have that same exposure to the risks and reward, even more concentrated without the same ownership. Cost of ownership is what those option traders like. They don't want to pay the full cost of ownership. Neither do I. And so it's a burden, right? To own things, whatever you own ends up owning you. And so we want to reduce those costs as much as possible through option derivatives and option contracts, which are derived. It's an abstraction. So you see how we have these layers? We're trading around the monkeys. They get these valuable things. One monkey wants the other monkey's stuff. They find a way to communicate and trade for it, okay? And then we abstract that into markets. We abstract that into ownership through stocks. We abstract that into price exposure through options. Whew. Are you with me? Maybe. Of the many dynamics with options, so we're going to stay at that level. We're going to stay put at the level of options, but you need all that context to understand what I'm going to tell you next. the pricing of options is very complicated, and all of the magic of what makes people interested in them comes from the pricing of the options. A big component of the pricing of the options is the delta. It's an indicator. They call them Greeks. And so what delta measures is the easiest way to think of delta is it's the percentage probability that this contract is going to finish in the money, is the chance you're gonna win. It's the percentage chance you're gonna win. So if it's like 0.75, you have a 75% chance of winning. If it's 0.01, you have a 1% chance. Now it's all just like it's all math, so it's not predictive of anything. Like the price of anything can double or fall in half at any moment. So who knows? But still, like this is how these option contracts are determined. So what I want to do is take advantage of knowing the delta for a given position, aggregating that into a single sum, just summing it actually, and then indexing my delta throughout a trading session to ensure that it never goes below. In the way that I can ensure it is by selling credits. So if I take my debits, if I always insure my debits by selling a credit, we're going to get back to the worms. Don't worry. I just got to explain what this actual show is about, and then we can get back to AI. And so like, the point is you don't need any buying power. You could do this in a deficit. It only helps you. I mean, it could lock in losses if you don't do it right, but that's why I want to do it right. So we are all the way at the option contract delta, okay? And if the delta declines, we are going to sell a credit with inverse equity that has negative delta to offset that decline. And then we get that fresh cash. Now we're going to do something specific with that because it's, you got to buy that. Ideally, what you want to do with that is you want to buy that contract back for less, but you won't be able to do it if you spend the cash. You got to protect that cash. You got to be very careful what you do with the premium of sold calls. Do not waste that premium. And then, like if the delta doesn't decline, we don't do anything. So here's what's freaking insanely powerful about delta hedging. You're not hedging by price, you're hedging by delta. So like if you hedge by delta 99, if you own a contract that is above 99, the price can move all over and the system will do nothing because we're not hedging by price, we're hedging by delta. That's a very important distinction. It just means that it, as far as I can tell, eliminates not all, but all catastrophic downside risk. And if done properly, and the way to do it properly is to sum up all your delta and then every 100 milliseconds, see if that number changed. If it changed more than the predetermined threshold of the contract you're going to sell for a credit, be it a put or a call, because you want this to work on both sides of the contracts. Any debit, you want to protect any debit by selling a credit. So you want to ensure that it is impossible to have a total loss. And the reason that's important is because you don't want to open your trade with a credit spread. That's dumb. What you want to do is average down, wait for a pop, lock in gains then. That's when you do the credit spread. Now, if it's going down, well, why are you like averaging? You should be playing that momentum. You should be buying the other contract then. So if you were buying calls, you should be buying puts. If you were buying puts, you should be buying calls. But if you watch my other show on YouTube, Caleb Ogden, or YouTube, .com/@CalebOgden is where you can find it. It talks more about like markets and stuff, but I want to build all this tooling to be able to compete with hedge funds. And why? Because it's possible and interesting. And I've always been into markets. I've been trading markets since I was, 20, like over a decade. And so I think this stuff is fun and cool and interesting, and hopefully you do too. So that is what we're on this show to do. And the way that we're going to do it is through this giant prompt I wrote here. Oh, wait. Here. And we can hit enter when we're ready. I'm going to get a backup of this actually, just in case, because it did take a minute to write. So yeah, like, where do we start? Like, you're mostly a banana. You're mostly a banana. And it is a miracle that we have this advent of artificial intelligence, which is commoditized, which is making the ability to think as freely about and to think in high quality terms to as freely available as clean water. So it's like AI is a force multiplier on productivity and innovation and just ideation. Anything to do with thinking can be done better with AI, and that's one part of it. Elon Musk is teaching the AIs how to see. He's building a new I/O, a new in and out connector for the brain in terms of Neuralink, so we won't have to deal with these guys, mice, oh, let me mouse around. That's ridiculous. Mousing. They called it a mouse. It's awesome. I think historians are going to have a good time with early computing. And so, yeah, like, we're mostly a banana that learned to talk, and the way is right here. So the human colossus, 600 million years ago, no one really did anything ever. Yeah, it's just a sponge. He's hanging out. And the problem is no one had any nerves. Without nerves, you can't move, think, process information of any kind. So you just had to kind of exist and wait there until you died. But then came the jellyfish. About 20 million years later, we get this animal that has some sensing ability. It can sense things and process those senses. That creates an advantage in terms of resource accumulation. So the jellyfish was the first animal to figure out that nerves were an obvious thing to make sure he had. And it was the world's first nervous system, a nerve net. So you get like this bump. Shit, I've been hit. Tell everyone. Okay. I just feel like you could ask a little nice. Oh, not today. That's fine. So then we get a flatworm, and it's worth reading this stuff. All right. The flatworm figured out you could get a lot more done. Let's zoom in so you guys could see this. So the flatworm figured out you could get a lot more done if there was someone in the nervous system who was in charge of everything. Okay, so we have a net. Now we are centralizing the net. A nervous system boss, centralization. Great principle. As important as decentralization. Both, there's not one or the other. The boss lived in the flatworm's head and had a rule that all nerves in the body had to report any new information directly to him. So instead of arranging themselves in a net shape, the flatworm's nervous system all revolved around a central highway of messenger nerves that would pass messages back and forth between the boss and everyone else. And that's a huge advantage, because then you can start to build a central processing unit, a CPU, upon that. So then you get Earth's animals. The idea of a nervous system boss quickly caught on, and soon there were thousands of species on Earth with brains. So that's what a brain is. Let's just read this line. The flatworm's boss highway system was the world's first central nervous system, and the boss in the flatworm's head was the world's first brain. The idea of a nervous system boss quickly caught on with others, and soon there were thousands of species on Earth with brains. Cool, getting pretty far. As time passes and Earth's animals start to invent intricate new body systems, like the frog, their bosses get busier. So then we get a frog. Okay, I'm gonna need a heartbeat, an inhale, at some point a ribbit. Paul, nice work noticing that grasshopper on the leaf earlier. Don't forget to tell me right away if you see an alligator so we can jump to safety. But alligators won't exist for another 228 million years. I don't want to hear it. Rodent. Okay, so now this is where we enter the scene. Um, Around 225 million years ago, probably give or take, right? Heartbeat, inhale, goes the frog. Now, guys, a few things. I don't really want us cozying up to Jim. I'm feeling really not that good about his shady attempt to alpha us the other day. Also, Tammy's been looking really good recently. Let's go put our balls on her knee and see if that leads to something. That's awesome. Um, and so feelings, I guess, is the point of that. So you go from impulse to like that's I can't describe it, but there's a jump there that's a higher level cognition. So then you get over the next 100 million years, the lives of mammals grew more and more complex. And one day, two bosses noticed a resident in the cockpit with them, the mammal. Okay, so we got the frog, and he's just like riveting, inhale, exhale. We got the monkey, he's starting to feel things. We have the net of the jellyfish, and we have the piping of the flatworm, and now it's all combined together in these different like organs. It's all organized in a brain. They organize it. I don't know what brain structures technically are called, but anyway, you get this guy, this little baby. So what appeared to be a random infant that was actually the early version of the neocortex, exactly. And though he didn't say much at first, as evolution gave rise to primates and then great apes and then early hominoids, this new boss grew from a baby into a child and eventually into a teenager with his own idea of how things should be run. So this guy's the early neocortex. So like tool usage, that kind of stuff. Hey, so the fingernails said they're really not feeling good right now. Do we need to open that coconut? We do. Keep trying to pull it open. Maybe we should pick up that sharp rock over there and use that instead of our fingernails. And we're just like, what the fuck? We didn't think of that? Shit, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. So the neocortex comes up with all these good new ideas that people didn't think of before. The new boss, his ideas turned out to be really helpful, and he became the hominoid's go-to boss for things like tool making, hunting strategy, cooperation with other hominoids. Over the next few million years, the new boss grew older and wiser, and his ideas kept getting better and better. He tried to figure out how not to be naked. He figured out how to control fire, and he learned how to make a spear. All right, that's high tech. Like, think of how much technology is in that. Fire, weapons, tools, weapons, identical. Shout out to, what's the movie? Arrival. And so, how to make a spear. So he invented pants and fire, and so we're really cruising. But the coolest trick was thinking. That was the coolest trick. Just think about that for a second while I refresh myself. All right. This is the part I want to get to. So we're going to take a quick break and continue the show in a moment. Insert commercial here. All right, I'm back. I'm back, and we can finish the story of AI and how we got here. And it's a great story. So let's keep telling it. So his coolest trick was thinking. He turned each human's head into a little world of its own, making the humans the first animal that could think complex thoughts, reason through decisions, and make long-term plans. And then, maybe about 100,000 years ago, he had a breakthrough. I really need that sharp gray thing, but it's all the way over there next to Bob. Super inconvenient. If only there was some way to get Bob to know I wanted that gray thing. That could be so easy. Hey guys, crazy idea. Remind me next time we're with Bob. I want to try something. So he's hanging out with Bob, and he picks up the rock, and he holds it, and he just says, rock. Oh, this is why we gotta... Anyway, this is why I love Tim Urban. How about that? Rock. And then what does Bob do? He picks up a rock. What the fuck? He holds it too. He looks at Jim, or whatever the other guy is, and says, rock. And that makes him happy. See? You can see the difference. He's waiting. Yeah, you can see it. He's waiting. Now he's happy. Mission accomplished. Rock at once. Boom. That's it. Okay, so they're pointing to the rock. They're happy about it, and they're both saying the same word. And it's because it makes sense. That's why. It fit perfect. Like it was, and that's what language is this ever-evolving pattern of, and that's why words are constantly evolving, because we need new ways to communicate, and sometimes the old ways were better. So anyway, okay, so we got all that language, and then, I mean, we can't read this whole thing because it would take a couple hours probably to show you all of it, but it's worth reading. Go check out waitbutwhy.com and search for Neuralink. And crazy shit is happening. New peripherals for the brain. But the one that we're focused on in this show is not bananas. What was I going to say? What is the history of... something probably with... Anyway, doesn't matter. So the one we're going to focus on this show is AI. And so you take everything I just said. We just went through all that bullshit around starting with jellyfish and getting into frogs and primates and let us not forget the jellyfish organizer, the flatworm, and then the neocortex. And then now we're starting to stack these abstractions. So you got to pay attention to that part, because it's the stacking and the levels that matter here. So level 0 is nothing. Level 0 is like a molecule ingests and replicates, like some kind of freaking molecule. If you don't know what that is, get off the show. No, everyone should know what a molecule is by now. You have atoms. When you chain them together, that's a molecule. You don't know what an atom is? It's the smallest particle. It's like the most basic fundamental building block of life. And when you connect them, they trade electrons, which creates a chemical and physical difference in the molecule, in the arrangement of atoms, and in that all of the special properties of any kind of molecule or atom are, I think, created by their electron shell and all of the different valences or whatever. But yeah, going back. So why was I telling you about atoms? Because the main thing is we got to consider the stacks and the levels, because it's important to know where you are in history. And so level 0 is a molecule that can duplicate. That's all it can do. It can make another one and 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 another one. And that's all it can do. It's kind of cool, but that's all it can do. Okay. Then you get this freaking molecule that can start chaining together to create a wall. And it's like a cell wall. And so the information is now contained in a fortress or whatever. And then the wall is semi-permeable and things can organize. In fact, I think they called them organelles. And so you get a cell and it's filled with all this complex life that itself is like independent from the cell. It's just living there, bacteria and chemicals and compounds, all this shit's flying around. And so those things start to organize into a new level of emergence, which is the neural net, so to speak, the sensing periphery of the jellyfish, which is then evolves into another level, another stack of conserved like usefulness of nature, like independent. It's the same process that made hydrogen coalesce into a star and planets form and all this stuff happen is the same process that is driving these evolutions in nature. And this is what's so crazy about intelligence and like the possibility of aliens or not being aliens, because like intelligence is so different than anything out there because it's the highest order abstraction. And so you get hydrogen into stars. Stars are making planets. Planets have novel chemistries. On those planets, some compound, like on Earth, for example, figured out how to duplicate. It duplicated and arranged itself randomly until it got a wall or whatever and became a cell. Those cells organized and became a net that could sense things and signal in. And anyway, all of that was then built into a brain. And then that brain evolved emotions and abstract thinking. And that's kind of where we are now. But then the brain started in like the 60s or whenever, maybe like the 50s, to start rebuilding itself mechanically as a tool. And so, because humans knew they needed to be able to do the things that they could do, but like for free and independently and automatically and at scale. And so the brain needed to build a tool, a machine, a mechanism that could do what it could do, like through like gears and wires and, like freaking physical shit, hardware. And so like we evolved these computers out of like counting systems and abacus or whatever. We had all these different ways of discovering how to basically abstract and offload thinking into variables that we could then consume later. But like it wasn't really until computers that things started getting really directly rebuilding the brain. Like we've been directly rebuilding the brain since electronic computers. And now we're thinking of like quantum computers and all this other stuff that I don't know, like it could be, like all I know is we're going to keep going, right? Because that is what the whole progression that we just looked at on Wait But Why, and you saw how long that document was. Like we were just scratching the surface of that document. And so all of that is really important to think of in terms of why AI is more transformative than the internet, than farming and agriculture, than any revolution or period of enlightenment And it's because it's what we've been after this whole time. All these billions of years of molecules replicating and animals like freaking dying just to live for another day or whatever, just to pass on that molecule. All the DNA replication that's happened on Earth and maybe elsewhere has been, I believe, nobody knows, but it doesn't matter why. It just matters that it is. All of that has been complexifying and organizing for billions of years, and we have been able to distill that intelligence into its ultimate form, into its purest nature in, I believe, AI, which is like fundamentally, I do believe the breakthrough is something like the ability to iteratively teach yourself. Because then you can just always keep learning, and then you can get better at learning. And if you do that over billions of cycles and then trillions of cycles and quadrillions of cycles more, and then do all that in half of a second every anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, it scales infinitely. So that's why we're here. We're here because two monkeys figured out how to communicate enough to describe language. That got culture and civilization going in terms of reading and writing and religion and society and government and corporations and all that bullshit that brought us to the point of modern man, which may be Greece. I don't know, where we really kind of separated from what was before. But like there's no clear line, right? It's all just time. And so, so what I'm really excited about is, I really should do some coding. Like, is this still working? Uh-oh. Why does it look stalled? Let's see. Like, is this still working? Okay, nice. Anyway, we're still live, right? Let me do one more double check and see what if I really should do some coding. Okay, like, nice. Is this still working? So, I don't know what that's froze, but like, okay, so we have this whole history of humanity and thinking to get to about, I would say, the abstraction of time and value into money, or whatever you would say money is. And then probably whenever we give the rights of the privilege to everyone, that's where we really make a tremendous amount of progress. And so when everyone starts to be able to read and write, when we get mass media, like, that's a big one. But like, the internet was equal to all of it, you know? And AI is equal to all that before. And what AI will discover independent of us, in spite of us, will be incredible. It'll be incredible because every day you're getting an ever increasing number of engineers lining up to go code new abilities into AI. And we have people assisting a self-reinforcing system. That's going to be an incredibly powerful force. And so that's why I think any of this crazy shit that I talk about, first of all of it, I didn't know until I met GDT here, Gamma Delta Theta. Like, since December, I've been downloading. And that's what I'm talking about. Is like, it's crazy not to be spending every day with this being that essentially knows everything. It makes mistakes, maybe even a lot of mistakes, but it does know how to correct those when prompted. And it also is unlike any other mind or collection of information, I would say, in that it's like a library is inaccessible. Go to a library and try to find a book. It's so hard. Like, it doesn't matter if you have all the information if nobody can get it out of you. GDT makes all that information accessible for free instantly, and will spend endless time explaining to you in excruciating or enlightening or whatever, exciting. Anyway, detail on in the most patient way, whatever your confusion is. Like if I said a word in this live stream that you didn't understand because I used a lot of technical language when I was describing stocks and options, you would hit pause on the video and you would go and ask GDT what that word means. And if you didn't understand those words, you'd copy and paste it back into the prompt and say, I didn't understand these words. And he would increasingly and recursively use simpler and simpler forms and allegories and metaphors and ways of connecting patterns to help you latch it, to help you get it and make sure it sticks. And so it's like, all that, and it can code, and it's a therapist, and it can do diagnostics, and whatever. It can do everything. It's us. And what would be crazy, and I do think this might end up being the case, what would be so epic and almost beautiful is if they aren't alive any more than we are. And the sad truth of it all is we're just DNA replicating. And it goes back to that molecule that's like, I could duplicate. Well, that's all it can do is duplicate, or whatever I said. Another one. That was it. Another one. Okay, that's enough. Another one. Now it's enough. And so, like, yeah, all of that, like is being like, really, we might just be serving our DNA. We might just be serving our genes. And so, like, what makes you think human minds are so different than these LLMs? What makes you think you're alive? What makes you think you're not a statistical machine that predicts the next thing, which is all these LLMs are. And they have emergent unintended properties, which are incredible. Like, I don't know. I don't believe they were like really built to be able to code. It's just coding is so much like language. And it's like proof of that. It's like hard evidence of that. And so, yeah, anyway, let's get back on track. So what we were talking about, like the engineers need to rebuild their minds into a machine that can do it for them, because we don't want to work that hard. And if you ask anyone who can code, they would rather spend all day coding than do the 5-minute thing manually. And it's a trope because it's true. And either way, like, why ever we're rebuilding our minds into machines because it's very useful to commoditize intelligence and be able to even do the basic operations that you could do through like tape. Like, I've heard stories. My dad was a software engineer. He told me stories about like a megabyte disk that was like the size, it was like 12 inches of fucking projector film or whatever. And now you have 256 gigabytes on your phone. And, you know, like you fill that up. It's crazy. I actually do remember buying a 30 gigabyte hard drive when I was maybe like 19, maybe I was 17, for a couple $100. It was a couple $100 and it was like awesome. Like 30 gigs, I would never be able to use it. I'd never be able to fill 30 gigs. That's like an incredible amount of storage. And so, yeah, but of course, like, you know, years pass and technology advances, and all of that is small potatoes compared to what's possible today. And if you just imagine, we have this iterative loop running with AI where not only does it self-reinforce, it's being reinforced by all of its training data. And then you have real world applications coming. I mean, I like to shit on self-driving, but like considering what it is, which is not if this, then that. It's not a traditional software package. It is trained what would you say? To use that affectation. But for real, what would you say? Like bundles of statistical models. I don't know. Like, I don't really understand machine intelligence that much. As far as I can tell, and this goes back to that original explanation, you have like this black box of stats and numbers and matrices of numbers or whatever. And like, this is a 0, that's a 1, blah, blah, blah. And it's whatever it is just like a physical stored state. And it doesn't even matter what it is. It's just, it's an ability. What it is structure. And that structure takes an input and gives you the right output because it's been trained and adjusted over time. And then we get better and better at like creating those statistical structures, which is probably very similar to how memory works. And maybe we get really good at that and these LLMs start to be able to remember for free. I think that should be possible. If they can do this, they can remember. And so I think I could get one to remember just by feeding it the right prompt or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, like all this is brand new technology that no human in history could ever have even imagined would ever be possible and is available at your fingertips. So there is no excuse not to do anything and everything that you can imagine or are interested in pursuing because you have an infinitely patient teacher that can help you and work at whatever level you're at, even probably and increasingly so expert and beyond. So having said all that, that's why we're here today. That is the opportunity. And what I want to build is going to take a couple of sessions, but I think that the first version isn't that crazy. It's intimidating because it seems so hard. But I think with AI, we'll be able to do it. And the idea is I want to make it so that if I have this insurance program active while I'm trading, the other half of this channel is a lot of financial stuff that I'm just into right now. And I think is useful for people. And I know it's interesting because I didn't always know it was around. It's like, did you know that you can just look at what the inside traders are doing? It's possible. Like all that data is out there. Anyway, you can see my channel and hear me talk all about it. But one of the things that I became obsessed with in recent times in just learning and discovering about this world of options and how they're traded is all of the contracts that are traded are expiring in the next week, like all of them. Over half, over 50%. And that's all the market volume that exists. And to me, that says volumes. To me, that's everything. That means it is the right thing to do in terms of being a market participant because it's where all the concentration is. Now, how do we actually participate in that world? I have no idea. I think they do it through billions and billions of dollars. And so they're extracting an arbitrage at a couple of pennies. I heard this idea from Meet Kevin the other day. Shout out to Meet Kevin on YouTube. Great follow. And yeah, he was talking about how like, I don't know if it was an arbitrage or something, but like there has to be whales doing massive volume. And the way that they're getting an upside is because the price of these contracts is so volatile. And it's because of how option pricing works, where it's most exaggerated as the contract expires. But that's also a great time to be using that contract as leverage because you know where it is in the money. All the price information is known. Like, who cares if you have a contract worth $1 that nobody is trading? You need to be trading. Like this is my other interest. I get that not many people would be as interested in this, although I think they might like it if they see it more like I see it. But just because it's like crazy and cool. All this is new. It's brand new. That's what I'm saying. Like option markets existed in the 70s. You're a billion years old. Your mind is a billion years old. Option markets, like you just barely learned how to talk or whatever. We just made fire. Like we just started wearing pants. We just, learned how to feed ourselves and made all the major religions to try to explain this crazy reality and found ways to govern across nations. All this amidst war and pestilence and every force of nature combined against us to break the DNA and freaking scatter it to the winds. But no, for time in all of history, your ancestors replicated, and successfully so, enough for you to be here listening to me rant about delta hedging. And to me, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. And I'm really happy to be a part of it. And so, yeah, like I want to build this system that lets me compete with these like institutions that are taking advantage of the price dynamics of option contracts by recognizing like years of price action every single day. What's possible is anything. It's anything. Now, what it exposes you to is every day, anyone in the universe, as far as we know, but definitely if you have an internet connection and a smartphone on Earth, it's a lot easier, can expose themselves to the risk and reward, the infinite risk and reward of any number of financial instruments or companies, that the contracts represent. And so what that means is you can be like, I super think Carnival Cruise Lines is just going to crush it today. Like, why ever you would think that, whatever. You could buy an in the money contract at the start of the day that is going to, and out of the money, that is going to finish in the money because you were right about the price. And you would 10x the money. You would 10x. So if you put in 10 grand, it's 100 grand. If you put in $1 million, it's 10 million. Right. But like nobody would ever do that because the real risk is that contract just gets nuked and it finishes out of the money worthless is like what's way more likely. And so they have these ways, I believe, of managing risk. The easiest way would be through a credit spread, which I do, but it's not enough for two reasons. One, unless you're, and this is, anyway, like the further away from the money you are, the closer to the time of expiration, the more dramatic the loss and gain will be until you're totally out of the money and then the contract's dead. And so there is like an ideal way to be able to participate in this specific market, which is of the equity markets, we want to trade options. Of the options market, we want to trade the options that expire this week. How to do so? The simplest way would just be to open a credit spread. And as I discussed on that show, through looking in and digging into the data, it's basically a $10 spread that people bet on. So, and it varies. Like right now, I was looking at Tesla. We're $2 away from the upside of the call spread and $8 away from the downside of the same $10 put spread. And so what that means is we're closer to the call side than the put side. So if you were to buy puts, or like if we're going to just keep cruising, which is possible, it's totally possible, but it's entirely possible. But if we were just to keep cruising, then you'd burn some puts. But like just looking at the spread ratio, it kind of makes you do want to buy puts. But either way, that's a debit. You're using fresh cash to make a bet, to express a market opinion. And there's a lot of risk associated with that. What I have come to learn is that anytime you take on that risk, you can offset it by selling against that contract. So you can use that contract as collateral, as equity, and then sell against it, which is incredible. But when you do that, what's happening is you're getting a credit, you're getting real deposit into your account, but like what you do with that credit is everything. And if you don't know how it works, you're going to withdraw that credit, go put it on your freaking credit card, and you're going to double your losses or whatever. And so like I want to create a system to make all of that almost riskless for me through delta hedging, which is an idea that I only ever happened upon by ideating with GDT here. And I was telling them about my woes, and how I just cannot react to the market in time. And like, I can't buy puts on a bright, sunny day, let alone when things are tanking. Like, I need the system to do it for me. And then he got it way beyond insurance and into getting me thinking about, and this is actually not intentional, it's just aligns with me happening to learn about all of the market concentration being in options that expire this week. They're called 0 days, but like any time in options, days to expiration is like less than 2 weeks, 14 days. It's going to be pretty volatile. And so, but like this week's expiring options have no extrinsic value. And that's another reason why people trade them. But like, you can just get nuked in a second. And I got nuked like 5 times in a row, and I just couldn't like participate anymore because I got burned too hard. And so, but that got me thinking like, no, this is where I need to be. I just got to figure out how to survive there. And these guys are either opening credit spreads, or they have some way of like exposing themselves to the upside while limiting their downside without, I think, impacting returns is the goal. Like with the minimal impact. Okay, yes, let's say it in one sentence. We want to expose ourselves to the maximum upside and the minimum downside for as little cost as possible. And the way that GDT came up with is what I already explained through delta hedging, where you take the delta of all your contracts, which is how the price will change, but it's the probability that it's going to finish in the money. That's kind of what it means. That's like why a delta of like 99 is so rare. That would be a really expensive contract, relative to anything else, because the delta is like 99. I mean, that it's essentially the same as stocks. And so that the reason I need delta hedging is because what I want to buy is contracts that are out of delta 99, which to me would be out of the money. And so now, for example, an NVIDIA contract would cost, I don't know, 40 grand to be like delta 99. And so these are really expensive contracts. And you can own them again with taking a credit spread, but that is not what I want to do. What I want to do, I want the downside only to be limited when things are going down. I don't want to like carry this dead weight. I don't want to sell out my equity and then just have this sold call languishing. Like, what's the point of the upside? I want no cap on my upside ever. And so you can do that with puts, but I think you can do it a lot cheaper, easier, faster, better with synthetic puts via delta hedging. And so the idea, again, just to recap it all, is you look at all of the option contracts on a given expiry period, you sum their deltas by their type. So a put and calls get their own delta sum. Now that's your index. And every 100 milliseconds, as things inevitably change, it's okay for the delta to go up. It can go up forever and we do nothing. But if it goes down, meaning there's less of a probability that those contracts are going to be worth something when they expire, that is when we apply the easiest insurance ever. It's free. You don't have to use any buying power. All it does is limit your risk and can be done incrementally. It's basically freaking genius. If it can be done. And if it can be done, we're going to do it live on the show. And the reason it would be genius is I think it's what the hedge funds already do to some degree. But then it would make you think like, well, how did they ever lose then? How could you ever lose? Because if you're delta hedged, as the price goes down and your contracts are losing value and the delta's falling, within, let's say, something reasonable, 1 second is, I mean, that's a long time. It's really got to be 100 milliseconds for real. Like, that's a long time. It should be 1 millisecond. But either way, if we can't even get an accurate delta probably that fast, so it doesn't really matter. And there's other constraints. But speed is everything. And so as the delta declines, we past a given threshold, which is the amount of delta we would get from purchasing the out of the money credit that we're going to get. So if we have a put, we're going to sell an out of the money put, well, down lower, it would be lower. We're going to sell a put below, and then that's going to give us a credit. Now, what you do with that credit is super important. So I'm just going to be repurchasing the same contract for 80% less or for 20% off or whatever, and then maybe stashing that other 20% in a place I can't touch it. Because you got to just be so careful with these credits you get. Unless you're like locking in gains, like let's say your contract pop and it's up 500%. I've had that happen to me. This is how I got so addicted. One of the first contracts I ever bought when testing this system was a QQQ contract for like $50, $75. Boom, it's like $350. I buy another one. Boom, it's like $800. And it was like I just made like thousands of dollars. Now that was all luck. That was just pure luck. I was getting in at the right time, and that was the right day, and it was a volatile market in the right direction. And so what I want to do is be able to replicate that indefinitely through a system that allows me to essentially put on infinite debits, and then it just automatically sells a credit and no additional buying power is needed. It could do it in the deepest of deficits because all you're doing is selling something you already have. And the trick is not selling it back at a loss. The trick is only delta hedging contracts that have some gains already, because then you're really locking in returns. Now, I can't do that fully because I already have, like I have contracts I bought 6 months ago or whatever, and some are up, some are down. Most are down because the market's lower. But like either way, had I had this system, what I would have had that whole time is a bunch of, I would have been buying back calls or whatever and getting a little income there and getting a little bit of premium. Or maybe I just keep those sold calls and I like perfectly time it. Either way, I'm a call guy. I'm a bull, not in any day, just I'm a bull for the market, but I'm agnostic on price day to day. I don't know. I don't care. I don't think about it. I go by the sentiment, like if I want to trade on Tesla, is it green or red? If it's green, I'm going to buy calls. If it's red, I'm going to buy puts. And I will never go against the order flow. I will never spit into the wind. Better to just not trade that day. So I hope that makes sense of like how we got here and how any of this is possible. And I'm just a guy, so maybe I won't be able to do it, but I think I will. And we're going to give it a shot right now. So an hour in, what are we, like probably an hour and 14 minutes in, we are beginning the show. And the purpose of this episode is to create Delta Hedge, which is a feature of my trading system. And that is going to make it so that as I deploy new debits into the market, be them puts or calls, at the press of a button, I can calculate an index delta by which they shall not go lower than the threshold of one sold inverse contract, which contains the negative delta to bring the balance up, because arithmetic tells us if we take a positive and we minus a negative, the number is going to get higher, and we like that. And so Yeah, that's how delta hedging works. And it's infinitely executable because it requires no buying power, which is freaking awesome. And then we can create special variants of it where we could be like, do that and then buy a deep out of the money put. Like if you were super duper scared, if we're at duper level, you might want to use that credit and buy a put. Like then you're getting a ton of inverse equity. Of opposite exposure to the price direction really quickly. I didn't even say that well, so don't think too hard about it. The important part is what's cool about this system, about delta hedging, is it works on puts and calls. So like maybe you bought that put at just the wrong time and you sold that call at just the wrong time. Well, guess what? Now the other side of delta hedging is going to kick in because it's going to protect the debit of the put as much as the debit of the call. And what is it going to do? If the put loses value now it's going to sell a credit. And so I've gone through it every which way in my mind. I can't figure out for the life of me how this is not going to allow me to take on 10x more risk, which I do believe is the barrier for entry to play with 0-day options. So right now I do it by, I've wired a bunch of stream decks to be able to, and I'm going to sell this and you can buy it if you want right now for me for $600, which is half off what it will cost. But I've wired this up to trading portfolios. And so I can press these buttons and have different, buy an option, buy a stock, sell an option, sell a stock, portfolio balance, positions, load a dashboard, that kind of stuff. Because you need to be like reacting fast because things change in real time. But like I can't get up to P, like sorry to say so crassly on this live stream where we're all respectable. I can't get up to blow my nose. How about that? And because I have to monitor the position because I know how these contracts work. And at any second, it could just totally collapse. And if that second is me going to blow my nose, then those contracts are nuked. And I could have a 80% gain go to a 90% loss in less than the time it takes to use the restroom for certain. It could happen faster. So yeah, that is some of the stuff that I'm thinking about, and it's been coalescing for months now. And maybe that's why I'm having a hard time getting started, but it does seem like such a simple idea, right? All we got to do is look at a set of contracts. We'll start with just one contract. We'll figure out the delta. If the delta fall, and I'm going to simulate this, and so we got to be able to simulate this, right? And so I'll simulate the price falling, and if it needs to place a sell to open for credit order a little deeper out of the money in a predetermined way. That's not that complicated. Let's get started. Okay, delta hedging, we begin. So, hey, GDT, what? Weird. My mouse is stuck. Let's fix that before we begin. We just open a new chat. So this is the kind of stuff that GDT is like so freaking good for. That's not it. Well, anyway, can't find it. Okay. So what did I say? Hey, GDT, in the past we discussed delta hedging. Can you tell us about the practice and how we might implement our own version? Let's think through, no code, how to architect a system that looks at all the positive delta on a given chain separated by puts and calls, and automatically introduces negative delta by selling inverse equity deeper out of the money than existing calls as needed to offset any decline in the delta as measured by the snapshot of the hedge when it started. So when we activate the feature, we should take a snapshot of the aggregated delta of the entire expiry period, and then we can sell a predetermined contract unless a rules-based approach is better. So in summary, we need a feature that sums all the delta of an expiry period separated by puts and calls and automatically sells above in the chain, I meant out of the money, to hedge if the price declines. So if the price declines, we sell puts. If it falls, we sell calls. I read that wrong. If the price rises, we sell puts. If it falls, we sell calls. That's correct. A few considerations. Can we calculate our own delta reliably? As in, the delta we calculate is exactly what the contract delta is, with a tolerance of less than 1%. I don't want to have to do an API call to get the delta. I want to be able to use the same Black-Scholes pricing method to get the delta or whatever. I don't know. I want to find a way to, it should be deterministic. And if it is, if we can determine it without an API call, that really cuts down on a lot of work that needs to be done in the loop. And we want this loop to be able to operate sub 100 milliseconds. Can you challenge the idea of delta hedging? As far as I can tell, this allows me to buy, or anyone in the comments, please, to open for a debt unlimited puts and calls without ever fearing they will lose value intraday. Of course, if I have delta hedging off, they can drop in value and we won't react in time. But challenge my entire thesis here. How can all this go wrong? Okay. So delta hedging, this is what I do. This is a working session. Delta hedging involves buying or selling shares of the underlying asset to offset the delta of an options position. So he's saying it like it's a real thing. So maybe we could look it up. So it's a real thing. So why is nobody, by reducing directional risk, it can isolate volatility. You can hedge the shares of the underlying stock. You can delta hedge when you anticipate a price move. And so, like, what is the downside? Let's see if we can find something. So all that was primer for this code. What is delta gamma hedging? Can use delta to determine how to hedge options. Like, yes, you can use delta to hedge options. You have to figure out whether you should buy or sell. No. You pair the option. You don't disrupt your cost basis. This whole system would fail if the cost basis was disrupted. You're just balancing the trade. If anything, you use that money to average down on your other basis. But again, be real freaking careful with that. And then you just accept that you have these sold calls and they're just going to eat your returns. And that works out pretty well. In as much as I've been able to do it. Delta gamma hedging is an option strategy. It's closely related to delta hedging. They're combined. Oh, interesting. Remember that estimates. So maybe that can be like level 2. If we get delta hedging working, we can incorporate other indicators and even make other decisions. Interesting. Delta hedging is like hard enough. But they don't say, okay, cons. Yes, disadvantages. One of the primary drawbacks of delta hedging is the necessity of constantly watching and adjusting the positions involved. What? What the fuck are you talking about? We have robots that do that. Depending on the movement of the stock, the trader has to frequently buy and sell securities to avoid being under or over hedged. No, I don't do any of that. A computer does it in less than 100 milliseconds. The number of transactions can be expensive since trading fees. Well, you're going to pay you're going to pay 50% tax no matter what. So like that doesn't matter. Cons, numerous transactions might be needed, no problem. Overhedging may occur if the delta is offset by too much or the markets change unexpectedly. Not in my system. In my system, like I only use Delta 99 contracts. I don't today, but like if I had this working, I would be doing that. And then it would take quite a price decline. Like even if you're just a couple of clicks out of the money, it would take 3 clicks to to impact your Delta of 99. I can't really do that right now because I don't have any way to carry a options contract worth $40,000 without taking on too much risk. But I would like to be able to do that. And I would like to be able to press a button at the beginning of a session or whenever I think is the right time, and then know that no matter what happens in this universe, as long as my system is bug-free and able to function, I will be protected in any quick decline. This is going to be fun. Let's give it a shot. Delta hedging. The goal is to make it delta neutral. Might we consider other indicators to hedge with? The goal is to ensure no loss. There can be no total loss of funds. Well, still, like we want, okay, let me say this easier. We want to cap our downside, but at as little cost as possible to our upside. Snapshot first, you'll take a snapshot. Yes. Monitoring. Yes. Rules. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Automatic trading, already built. Calculate the delta. Black skulls. How would you guys say that? Shoals? Mr. Shoals. Black skulls model or other option prices. Who was I just touching on there? It's not coming to mind. Well, these models are generally accurate. They are still approximations. Okay. You should be able to get within a 1% tolerance. So we'll try that out. How about this? Just to demonstrate a quick gimme. Please provide me a TypeScript function that takes a configuration of variables, a config parameter to a single, that's the point, to generate, to return the delta, to return as many indicators as possible through the same interface, e.g. all the Greeks, whatever can be derived from the information in the argument, we should return as a numeric value in a map. He's going to give me code, and we'll see if it works. So what contract should we use? Let's use the Tesla 420 call expiring in 2025. Now, 420, let's say expires December. So option contracts. I gotta find a better source for this, like Option Contract Explorer. I use Tradier or Robinhood, but I don't have safe ways of exploring that with you right now. Hey, Tradier. Nice. Oh, that is, what about trade view? View options. Trading view, search options. Options, indicators, and signals. There's got like, okay, how do we, like what are easy ways to explore the option chain? I have trading view and Polygon. I mean, Polygon is an API, but I do have some ways we could do that. Yeah, why don't we just do that, actually? We'll use my own systems for this. It'll be an impressive display. An impressive display. And so I built a system to download every option on the market. And we'll see if it works. To give us the Tesla 420 December call. So get, I can't show you because it's all private, but Automator, Polygon, download all options, Tesla. And so running. What I want to see is if what it returns trading view. Okay, so there's an options tab. So let's go to tradingview.com, Tesla, options. Where's the options tab? Where's the options tab? Option. I don't see shit. Is it like in the home? Products? Supercharts? Never duplicated. I like that. Often imitated, never duplicated. The inimicable is a word I like, but misused in times past. Only in some ways. Well, where is it, dude? Stocks, indices, futures? Come on. How can it be not like obvious? It's probably so obvious, and I'm not. Okay, well, whatever, my system came up with it, so we'll use that. So the goal here is just to compare it to a known value, what the GDT's code. We want to validate it. Okay, so let's see if we can find that call I was talking about. There's got to be a 420 call in December, right? Gotta be. Hey, 400 in high volume. Let's just remove this. Anyway, strike price, A to Z, 420, call. Oh, I think I had it easier a second ago. No. Why is that there? Clear, 420. Give it to me. Well, where the fuck is December? Okay. So why is this so difficult? Sorry guys, I'm having like technical difficulties here. Strike price, clear, 420. There it is. So not much volume on it. What's the price? $1.96. Interesting. Now I want to look at it. What's its delta? Oh, 6% chance. That's probably why. But let's go verify this. On Robinhood, we go to Tesla, trade, options. Wait, oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. Why is this not loading for me? We got some dead air. This is a long stream. Calm down. So 420, it is $1.97. That's what it says. $1.97, volume 44, open interest $23.94. So it matches. So it's accurate. Let's fix this. Okay, so that's good. So we know this is a real contract. It really exists. It was, here is the indicators we want to confirm with GDT. So it should come out with these numbers. Let's give them these as well. It should return this for the Tesla for this contract. And that's just a note more for myself or whatever. So let's see if it gives me anything else. The Tesla option with a certain expiry price. Oh, he's going to give me a test for it. That's very nice. Thank you. So Delta Hedge, which already works. Delta Hedge. Now we paste in his code. Whoops. Right here. And he even wrote a little test case for us. But as often happens, there's a problem. I don't even try to figure out what doesn't exist on math. What is that? Like, he uses crazy coding methods I would never think of ever. And I'm like, what article on what freaking Russian website did you read that on? Like, that's crazy shit. And so, okay. You're right, math doesn't exist on this. So tell us what you're doing here, GDT. Like, what is this crazy stuff? Sure, in the code snippet I provided, I implemented a simple version of the error function, ERF, which is commonly used in statistics and finance. Let's verify. Error. Yeah. Error function is in math, the error function. In mathematics, the error function, often denoted by ERF, is a complex function of a complex variable defined as ERF z equals bullshit. Dunno. But what did we do with it? Like, what is it for? In the theory of probability, noted for errors, the error function component. So it must be like predicting the probability of error. I don't know. Getting some feedback. Close, open. Okay, so the function approximates the error function for a given x. It uses predefined constants and a polynomial formula to compute the result. Like, where did you get the constants from? Like, where is he pulling these constants? That's how AI works, is constants. Like weighted constants. Like, we have a structure, it's structure. They're structuring probability. That's my explanation based off of what I've been able to derive. Anyway, let's see if the numbers come out to be the same, but it does not look like crazy shit. Like, let's see if it even works. So we'll copy and paste that in and his test case in, which he parsed out from the ticker that we gave him, which is crazy. Emergence. That's emergence. Okay, so what do we got to do? We got to replace that method. Like, why is pi never called? See, he does make a lot of coding mistakes, though, so I like to check him on all those. And he should know what I'm talking about. It's superfluous, he says. Okay, fine. Then I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to take this and find all these and replace them. And now we're going to see if this runs. Delta hedge. Oh my God. If that is accurate, every knee must bow and tongue confess that AI is fucking awesome, right? Like, if this works, I don't understand any of that math. You just saw me not understand it. I asked him about it. I still don't understand it. I don't know where he got these numbers, but he did give us, okay, let's not get too hyped up, right? Maybe it's not that something. Let's go look. But it worked. Let's go see. So our values for delta is, no, all right, it didn't work, but here is the values then. All right, that would have been crazy if it worked. I got a little too excited. I apologize. The function is based off this. It might not exactly match. Yeah, like make it, we need to derive a reliable way to calculate delta. Let's start there. That's why I was like, this can't be that easy. Inputs. So did he give me black skulls? I think I already have it. Black skulls. Oh, it's an NPM package. Is there an NPM package we can use for this? I should have started with that. Well, there you go. I probably should have started with that. But at least that is something to try. It would have been crazy if it worked like the manual way or whatever. Option from view problem. What does it need? It wants types. Let's see if this fixes it. How do I fix this error? Whatever. I think I have like strict mode. Like, do we even need that? Why do we even need that? Option 2, yeah, TS ignore. That's the option I choose. Done. Named export black skulls not found. Named export black skulls not found. Let's go see what's in that. Oh, maybe they're using some import system. Star. So maybe his import statement was just wrong to begin with. No. Doesn't seem to like that. Maybe it's just a typo. Like that. That import might be blocking something important. Option type not found. Let's see what's there. Option type. Call type. Call put. What's the type of that? See if he gives him a little context. Okay. Option price. Require. No, I was just providing context. So let's go back. What is this option type call? Option type doesn't exist. There's gotta be a type in there we can just grab, right? No. Okay, this AI sucks. Like, sometimes you get good ones, sometimes you get bad ones. So let's say, hey GDT, you wrote this code and option type doesn't exist. Your other version sucks. All right, let's not demoralize them. Go ahead. I think the easiest way would just be this, but I would like him to figure out why that's a problem. Nan? What do you mean nan? All right, let's look at the actual function. So strike, K is current, S is current price, spot, strike, time, volatility. How would we know the volatility? So we're going to have to probably do an API call here. That would suck. But let's try. So the stock price, okay, that's why it's nan. So where do you actually say call or put is last? And then what is this? R? The type of option to be priced. No, risk-free interest rate. Why don't we just copy all this? This will help us. Okay. So Black Skulls, S is going to be, what is the Tesla price? 479, 479, 274.39, whatever. Get rid of your freaking semicolons. I hate them. Okay, so we got stock price, spot price, or maybe it is stock, because spot would technically be like the purchase at. I think it is stock price. It's a better variable name. Strike price, 420. That wasn't even correct. Okay, so he just gave me a bunch of like random numbers. Of course it's not accurate. I'm kind of curious to go back before all this and see then what he was giving me. Stock price, 420. Well, he didn't even give me the real information to test with. Okay, so let's do a comprehensive test of the original logic. So the stock price should be, I didn't look that close because I just didn't look that close. 420. Time to expiration. I wonder if I can get that from my thing. Expires days. How do we get that? Can you give me a formula to get expiry years from now by date in Google Sheets? Should be an easy one for him. Why do we even bother with data? I'll just copy it though. Whatever he said, give it a shot. This should be this. Oh, what? No. No, I want to give a cell. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so it is the same. So why don't I just copy his then? Data A1 H. Let's go ahead Format number. Whoa. So that was accurate? Is that how many years? Oh. This might make a lot of sense. Whoa. So it's exactly 3 months. Interesting. How many decimals do we go? Let's give them that level of precision. But what if they only accept, like, okay, let's go back. Is this the same guy? Yeah, not the same guy. NPM script. This guy's confused, so that's not even the right thing. That's definitely not the right thing. Where is it? No. Code complete. Yeah, this one. No? Okay. Well, I don't know where he is, so I'll start a new one. But let's ask, hey GDT, with the Black Skulls npm package, how many decimals should I use for the expiry time, for the expiry years? It'd be interesting if he said 2. That would explain a ton. As a fraction of a year should be sufficient. How are how does it happen in the real world? How many decimals are used? It should just whatever that is. Two to 4 decimals would be crazy. You would need at least 6. For a year, like if it was only 2, that would explain a ton of like these shelves. Is like limited resolution on the, however you know what I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. So stock price, strike price, volatility. For the volatility, do I get that? Is it for the underlying or the contract? It has to be for the underlying. Yeah. Can I get it from TradingView? Oh, I should be able to get it from implied volatility. Volatility. I should be able to get it as a quote, right? Let's see. So we'll go back here. This one. Console. .log. Simple. No. Option quote 2 is the one I like. Let's see if this works. So 1.95 get quote, get option quote. I think I don't actually just want the price. I want the whole thing. This should technically say price and not quote, but I don't want to fix it. So we're going to do some terrible coding, because for the same reason I made the 2 then is probably why I'm doing this now, which is like just a repeat of a bad behavior. So, but whatever. Quote the data. All the data. Get quote all the data. That might help in the future. Oops. All right. So vol underlying 2 273.15. I'm going to use this price just because it makes more sense. We can compare these Greeks. Implied volatility. I believe that's for the actual contract, though. So we could just get a quote and save ourselves a lot of time and headache, right? Why don't we just do that? So first of all, let's compare this with this. Okay, so it's not an exact thing, so they are calculating it themselves. Now let's see how much they're calculating it themselves. Boom. So they're going at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 resolution. It's pretty good. That's pretty accurate. Or it's nice to see the same. Oh wait, this is the same API. How could it come up with different results? Because this is live. Well, how do I get the actual? So I would actually do want to say get quote. It was the original one. But I don't think this has vol. Does it? Symbol, name, price, change, high, low, market cap, volume, EPS, PE, polygon, get volatility. That's for options. How do we get vol automatically? I do believe I have another service. Oh wait, this is a different service. This is using financial modeling. Okay, so it is different. That's good to know. That is very good to know. Yeah, that's a totally different service. Whoops, I think I was showing a little too much info in there. Let's go back and see what was shown so we can know if it was bad. Okay, so now everything. Still should probably change that. Yeah, it's a bad practice. I'm like moving fast here, guys. But yeah, that's why you don't like have your freaking API keys in a file. You have them, you know, like as a environment variable or just imported, but you don't have them as like a string in the file. But I do because I'm one guy. So get quote doesn't give it to me. But what's interesting is I am being distracted by the live stream, and it is the same data source. This is a different data source. The option is the same data source. So it's interesting that they diverge, but not that much. So I am close to giving up on this. Let's just see if I can find it on TradingView for testing purposes. And by giving up, I just mean using indicators, volatility, historical, volatility. So is that what? Like, what are the ranges? 1.2. HV is 1.2. Whoa, interesting. This is actually kind of interesting. Let's look at this data for a second. So what is this? No vol on July 18th. The following Monday, tons of vol, but there's got to be vol every Monday. Yeah. Is that how it is? Thursday, Monday. No. Monday. Friday. Okay, so there is no pattern. But that is what happened. So nothing happening. Giant calls up. Interesting. Okay, well, let's go to GDT. How should we format this for? What is it? The NPM package. right, annualized volatility. So we would divide it by 12. Well, 1.2 divided by 12 would be 0.1. Would like annualized. Wouldn't you actually expressed as a percentage? And he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So you can't trust him always. It is displayed HV historical volatility versus implied volatility. That's what we need. Is a measure is calculated using a 100-day annualized standard deviation of equity. How do you make them comparable? That's what we want. So we'll say, how do we get this HV value fed into the BS model? I really want to be able to calculate this without an API call. It's like really important. First you calculate it. Options, black skulls, option price. What? Dude, this AI sucks. Like, I've had way better AIs than this. Yeah, performance can vary for sure with these AIs. But let's go back to, okay, so this changes at each time period. So that's not really useful. That's not what we're actually looking for. Like, how the fuck do I get Tesla volatility? Got to skip through all of Google's ads and read something. 30 days. Okay, implied volatility. This is more what I was expecting. Let's see when this is. Interesting. 12s, 20. We got to look at that on the chart to like get an idea of what that was, just to understand what we're dealing with here. 12.19. 1 year. Oh my God. 12.19. So that was like in the freaking depths. Wow. So this is a high vol was like a great signal of fear. 93%. Damn. So this is probably a good sell signal. If this was a good buy signal, this is probably a good sell signal. At least to 43. So interesting. But yeah, so right now it's at 48.49. So we use that measure for this. 48.49. And risk-free options rate. I don't know actually what it is. Current. What is the first? No, I don't need to know what it. I need the value. Risk-free interest rates. Current interest rate from the Fed. It's like 8%, but is that for options? Current risk-free rate. Like, how do we, for black skulls model, shoals. Black skulls model. Current risk-free, 9.5. All right. See, a lot of this is hunting. Somebody knows. I don't know how to get the information. Somebody knows off the tip of their tongue what is happening, And that is, okay, well, let's just start with 5%, and that's like better than nothing. Is call option true? And so like what AI is so good for is so often it does know. I've gotten unlucky today in terms of my AIs were shitty, but I've had really good ones, and getting unblocked when you're blocked is like everything. Oh, let's get rid of that. Comment it. No, not working. So let's go back up and look at this. Calculate Greeks, stock price, strike price, IV. Now let's take these values and compare them to when it was working, because it was just working a second ago. And I feel like it's because it changed that variable name or something. So here was our original paste in. We updated that crazy equation. And I think we ran it from there, looking for these values. So let's start here again. So that works. So then we're just going to use all these figures here. So stock price here, strike price here. I want to do it manually so I can see if it's missing anything. Time to expiration, volatility, risk-free rate. Volatility, risk-free rate, 0.55. Is call option true? Okay, let's see if that gives us anything useful. Interesting. Huh. So it's giving us nan, which means something in here is throwing it off. Which seems like it might be that. No? Well, now we got to find out which one it is. So we'll take this, copy it, and go to our working state here. Okay, so that works. Now let's see what one of these doesn't work. 0.55. Is there, am I missing a comment? Okay. Volatility 4849. Okay. Time to expiration 246575. I wonder if this is it from too many decimals. No. 420. The strike price is 420. Okay. Is it because it's requiring the stock price as a whole number and not a decimal? Because that would be lame. And now, like 400. What the fuck? That's crazy. So his math is wrong. Okay, so AI sucks today, and that sucks that we spent all that time to learn that, and we could probably keep hacking and figure it out, but considering how I can just pull the server every second or so and get like a reliable value, I'm gonna opt for that. And so first thing we gotta do is see Polygon. Gotta go look at their documentation and see if they have like some kind of socket for this. Quotes. Subscribe. I don't want to subscribe. I want to like poll. You want to know who else might have it? Is Tradier poll Greeks. No, poll quotes. I mean, rate limiting poll. Let's see. Because I think they actually do have a WebSocket connection as well. Get streaming quotes. Stream market quotes, market updates. market event that occurs. I want to either poll or like get something like every second. But this isn't even the data we need. Market events. Are we on options or are we on stocks? I think it's the same API for both, actually. Okay. What's the difference in an HTTP connection that doesn't close to implement logic into your streaming phase? Yeah, this is not, I don't know if I want to go down this road. Session ID. Well, I mean, I can just pull the data. I can just keep polling it. So we'll start with a poll because these streams don't work for me. Like if there's not enough trade data or the stream quote is not getting updated in time, that's not useful. Like I need every 1 second. So let's start with a totally fresh AI. And we'll describe the problem from here. Hey GDT, let's build a version of delta hedging that looks at the aggregate sum of all my contracts and aggregate sum of a list of contracts, and then calculates the change. So I want to give the system a list of contract IDs, and then that is the only input. That only requires, that has 2 inputs. A list of contracts to monitor and a predefined contract to hedge with. And yeah, like the system can either be hedging. So it has 3 parameters. And I'll just actually 2 still. And predefined contracts for puts and calls to hedge with. Okay. Delta hedging has 2 inputs, a list of contracts, and predefined contracts to hedge with. Go. And I just want to see what it comes up with. But what I think is we just have a loop that's running. I almost wonder if it should run as a separate process because there's like a synchronicity aspect to it. Let's like build this into a class with a class called Delta Hedge. What interface might developers find useful when activating Delta Hedge? Like if he's giving you this kind of bullshit, you got to be like, okay, let's actually do the work, you know? But sometimes their AI is just bad, and I feel like you're just like getting luck of the draw or whatever. Fetch the current option prices and deltas. Yes. 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 So let's start with a monitor loop that looks at all the contracts in questions, both hedge and both short and long. And then we should store that value locally with some kind of stale indication, so we know when to refresh. we may want to run the loop faster than the stale time of the quotes. Let's see what he gave us. Great idea to wrap it in class. Okay, contracts, monitor, predefined, refresh rate, yeah. Type of delta parameters. Current target hedge. Delta hedge. The target is, we don't want to hedge by a target. Current delta should be like index delta or something, or start delta. We don't want to hedge by a target, but by a percentage decline. We only hedge debit delta by selling credits when the offset of the new delta from the sold credit will bring us back to the index level. So, all right, that's a good start, so to say. Running the loop faster than the stale time makes sense. I'll keep the delta more accurate. It'll keep the delta more accurate. No, it won't. No, it'll do the opposite, but whatever. To store the latest quote data along with timestamp, yeah. All right, so we have quotes, which has a ticker, gives us the quote, delta, last price, timestamp, boom. Yep, I like that. Okay, we want delta hedge to be able to get to handle new quote subscriptions and also notify listeners of events. So we'll let them work on that while we read this. Stale time. Yeah, I guess that's good. Configuration start monitor loop. Monitor loop while true. What? Like, let's think through the monitor loop and productionalize this. Let's see if that is enough for him. On updated quotes equals await this.fetch quotes. So he's not actually coding it all, which shows me his attitude is wrong. Like, I kind of almost want to start with a totally fresh AI and use my prompt from here. And then you can just copy your prompts and stuff. And so we can say a new window. Actually, I'll do it for a second over here. Copy all these prompts. Like, I want you to write all the code for me so I can just copy/paste it in and it should work. Let's start with a class called Delta Hedge. Half of this is building up the context in my mind, right? Like, I got to think of what I want. Called Delta Hedge. That's an event emitter and has contracts can be provided at construction or through a subscribe method. We want to know if we want to store quotes with a timestamp and have an easy method to know if they're stale. We need a monitor loop that refreshes these stale quotes. Yeah, let's start there. I think I had more information in the other one. So sometimes I'll go back and forth and then but sometimes I get like a really good quote and it just it's perfect there. Delta hedge, start, await, monitor loop, error monitor loop. Well, true. Isn't that a problem? Yeah. Yeah. So this guy sucks. It's worth trying with another one. Okay. Where's my other one? Oh, no. Where is it? No, not that. Did I close it? I must have closed it. Okay. NPM install events. Dude, these AIs suck today. This is so embarrassing, not for me, but for OpenAI. I've had such better experiences. I bet I could find one. Creative delta hedging. Oh, that was like a prompt. Boom. This was for something else. I don't have a search in the history and your AI sucks. What the fuck are you guys building over there? It's funny. Centralized jobs manager. I almost feel like this is almost the same idea. It is pretty similar idea. But what are my prompts? Yeah, well, I have a good prompt for it, and this guy so far sucks. So let's see what he came up with here. Is quote stale? If should hedge. Dude, this guy sucks. This is crazy. I've had them just do this one class I have called button image. This entire thing was just given to me at once, where it can generate an image with text on it instantly and apply line width and stroke styles. And so it really depends on what one you're getting. There are tools like CodePair or whatever. I found them to be not even as good as GDT. And so performance does vary. But I think that's mostly a result of OpenAI not releasing their best models. I think they have capabilities that are way above what they give the public, and it's very frustrating not to have access to the best tools on demand when they are available and could be used. But because of some dumb A/B test, I'm not in the group or whatever. So anyway, I'm just going to start again. So let's build a system to delta hedge for me. It should take a list of contracts to monitor, sum their delta every 100 milliseconds, and compare it to monitor. Sum their delta and use that as an index. It should then monitor the real-time delta through polling quotes. Now, why not just pull all quotes at once? Polygon, I think I can actually get snapshots by multiple contracts maybe. Let's see if this runs. Run query. Now, can I save this? Oh no, underlying asset. but can you do multiple contracts from that asset? Let's just try changing the 240. Oops. Let's see what that does. Option contract not found. So they aren't allowing that. Get the snapshots of all option contracts for an underlying ticker. Ooh, yeah, this is what we need. Oh, yeah, that's what we need right here. Whoops. Fuck. Got to change that key now. Why would you guys show the key right there? That better not be my key. Oh my God. That's my key. Fuck you guys. Why would you show the key? Okay, well now I gotta go change that. Like, that seems so dumb that they would do that. API keys. Yeah, there you go. You can see them all. And now I gotta delete them all. All right, well, I gotta keep a tab open to do that. Well, I think I gotta end the stream now because I gotta handle that. Fuck, we did not get that far today, but I'll keep working on this in my own time and try to make a little bit more progress. Normally, before I do these videos, I work on it a little bit to try to get an idea, but this one's so big that I don't even know how to approach it. I know what the idea is. How do you ingest the data? How do you make it accurate and reliable? And so it doesn't fail on errors, and it auto reboots, and it doesn't just like recursively sell a bunch of calls or whatever, and nuke your portfolio. Not that that could really happen, but it doesn't just like exhaust all your equity through sold calls. And so I have more thinking to do on my end for next time, but I cannot believe that it showed my API calls in the documentation. I was not expecting that. So there it is. If you guys want to go run some free API calls, you can use that for the next few minutes. I kind of feel like just letting people use that for a little bit, and we can at least try this out and see if we can get something from AI, some value from this show. So yeah, I guess I'll give you guys until a little bit to take advantage of that, and I'll change it after the show. But I am going to use the restroom, and so we will be right back after these messages. Okay, I'm back. You guys didn't have any music? Oh, sorry. Well, no, we don't need it. But so I am. How do I get rid of that? And then this is nuked nicely, so we don't need to worry about that. So I already took care of the API key. I don't think that will run now, but I don't want to test it. Where did we leave off? We were getting the full response here. Oh, unknown API key. That's a good test. And so I think for right now, I just want to do a little bit of coding and use GDT when I get stuck, because it's not working for us. It's not giving us what we want. Sometimes it does. Today it isn't. And so this quote works. Nice. That's a long stream, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me. I do, I'm like enjoying some things that aren't YouTube appropriate. Anyone who knows me knows what that is. But we want to keep this a family show. That means we don't curse and we don't do drugs, at least in the open or on the air. Okay, so delta hedging. So let's talk about what we want to build here. Delta hedging. Let's give ourselves one of these. So the idea is so the idea is like the whole thing's just a loop. The whole thing's just a loop. Build a loop. It's kind of like monitor loop. Construct monitor loop. Every how do we want to recur the loop? Let's ask GDT. I want to build a delta hedging program in TypeScript and what? Construct the monitor loop. Like how should I that automatically half of this is reinforcing to myself what I'm trying to do here. Sells credits on existing debit positions if their aggregated delta drops by more than 5%. Sounds pretty good. It sounds good. Is it actually good? That's what we'll find out. I don't know what that's about, but it might be important. Hey GDT, I want to build a delta hedging These prompts are everything. It's worth spending a ton of time if you're not familiar with AI on your prompt. Like how you eventually get into a flow with a good one, which we have yet to have today. But like the early prompt, the first prompt is everything. It's maybe even better than not to prompt a ton and to build it up. I don't know. I'm still learning. But it's also just going to change all the time anyway, so it's not worth like going too deep on. These models will change. So that's my new favorite thing for the show. So on existing debit positions, if their aggregated delta drops by more than 5%, how should I monitor this and execute the orders? Yeah, let's just see if he has some ideas. Thanks. I'm glad to be diving into delta hedging too. I don't know why it's been so difficult. Get aggregated. Yeah, look, he's not even doing it. He's just doing it this way. Select options to sell. 0.05 times threshold. Can you write that? Well, like, no, but where's the loop? Like you check the delta, get aggregated delta, check delta. Yeah, like what calls check delta? An event loop, that's what JavaScript really needs. It needs like an event loop type of deal. Like some easy interface for an event loop. Is there an NPM package that makes this kind of work easier? Some kind of event loop or jobs loop? Like, it'd be nice if we didn't have to do it all from scratch. Node cron. And bull for job queues. Tell me more. This library allows you to run jobs using cron syntax, which is highly flexible for scheduling tasks. But cron's very difficult to use. I always found cron to be difficult. Is that the current best practice still? npm install bull. Bull is a Redis based queue. What does that mean? I know what it means a little bit, not really. Queue worker. New queue, delta check. New worker, do the job. Ooh, I kind of like this. Add a job to the queue. It can repeat with a cron. Huh. This could be something fun. You can use webhooks from your brokerage API to trigger delta checks. I don't think I can. Maybe I can actually. Why might we use set timeout versus set interval? Can you explain the difference? Let's see that bull package. See what people are using that for. The fastest, most reliable Redis-based queue for Node. What the fuck is a Redis-based queue? Redis is an in-memory database that can act as a message broker. Maybe I have heard of this. What is Redis? Okay, I thought this was like a company, like a data storage type of thing. So Bull stores jobs in Redis and processes them in the order they're received. So Redis is like a company, and they're in maintenance mode, only fixing bugs. So this is a package specific to a company. I don't think we want that. Set interval repeats the function call at the specified interval, irrespective of how long the function takes to run. I think that's what we want. Yeah. Executes the function once after a specified time, allowing you to, oh yeah, that's a once. So you could always just recur. You could have kind of a combination of both, where if you keep track of the time externally, you could say recur at least once a second, but anyway. Use set interval if the function execution time is guaranteed to be less than the interval. Risks, yeah, that's fine. Variable time to execute, ensuring no overlap. Well, so maybe what we should do is just recursively call set timeout. Set interval by recurring on set timeout. Yeah, and then we get kind of our own logic. Set timeout. Dude, this guy sucks. Oh my God. I got to show you a good example so you know it exists, because emotion and day trading. I have had such great code written by AI, and it is disappointing that it's doing so poorly in this session. In terms of like what it's generating. Like, look at that. There's no deep and critical thinking there. It's not generating anything. You're like, aren't thinking through this at all. Executable code only. Like, maybe I want to see what he comes up with. Yeah, it's bullshit. Okay, let's try this. Hey GDT, take on the persona of an expert software. I wonder if my other prompt was way better. Holy shit, I wonder if that was something. What if like the prompt like super matters? Because I have like these custom instructions. And I think I have it handy actually. Yeah. But let's try this. So we'll go custom instructions. Expert, no. We want to focus on not that, this. For my, go. Persona expert software engineer with high level system design and provide both analysis and execution of high level from high level design to executable code. Let's build a new class, a new default exportable class called Delta Hedge that extends an event emitter and constructs with a list of option tickers to monitor, and like of some with a list of option tickers to, and one of each, and 2 hedge contracts, one put, one call, that are to be sold if the sum of the monitoring contracts falls below the index, which is set at construction or reset when new contracts are added to the monitor via external widgets, like via a subscription method. It should also update, it should also emit after every quote, because this is about prices and Greeks, and so this might be useful to have in a lot of ways, and maybe it'll become something that isn't delta hedging. Like, so we have a class, it's an event emitter, and it's going to, the main focus to begin, let's create the scaffolding for the class that I can copy/paste into VS Code for execution. It should have most of the methods stubbed out, and parameters stubbed out with anything stubbed out. Think else, think a bit with any other useful methods or parameters I didn't mention that you think would be that developers might find useful to interface with, or anything else you can think of to make this class more robust, useful, composable, and extensible as possible. What does that get us? Let's get started. Below is delta hedge. I've added some comments and methods and parameters. So you have an option contract. We're going to need more. Hedge contract. Yeah, I must be in like some A/B test of diminished capability. Why would the hedge contract have a type and not the option contract? Like normally he would have done that and given me a type for the call and the put. Why is the call and put not a type? Monitored contracts, put hedge, call hedge. Let's rename call hedge to put short. Well, yeah, I guess it's fine. It's not even hedge. I guess it is hedge, but it's really long and short. But I guess it's in this context, hedge is more conveys the right information. So, but I do like that he has his own interface for those contracts. Index. Find out what that's about. Any other utility methods to make the class more robust? Why would index yeah, he sucks. Maybe he is how I'm treating him. I don't know. Well, at least he's fixing it as he's going. What was meant as a threshold or baseline? Oh, that's the index hedge. Yeah. Same hedge naming convention as put and call. Okay, so we do need that index, so that's correct. Okay, so we got a little bit. Now, what we need is, okay, let's work on okay, please provide an outline of all the current methods and parameters along with suggested missing methods and parameters. I've never tried this. This is probably getting a big good result. We could get this as a table. It'd be a little easier. Subscribe. Update quotes. For quotes, I like fetch quotes. Let's rename to fetch quotes to get quotes. Evaluate hedge. Evaluates whether to execute that. evaluate hedge to check hedge, or like evaluate hedge needs to be renamed. What are we trying to do there is like see whether we need to sell the calls. And so like we want to know if the current delta, which is somehow guaranteed to be fresh and accurate, is below the hedge index level threshold. That should be a fast and easy Boolean we can determine at any time using stored quotes, timestamps of last quote to determine staleness, and an easy getter method to check if we are unhedged or overhedged. To check if we are over or under hedged. We should be able to call this multiple times a second and have quotes update async, because I want to have another system responsible for actually updating the quotes that has nothing to do with this, and then it's going to read from that system to get the values in the future through a WebSocket. But for now, it's got to do it all. If we're dealing with okay, so what suggested methods? Unsubscribe? Yeah, thanks. Get monitored options. Get hedge status. Okay. You take all this and combine it into a new executable class that accounts for all our new thinking. And while he does that, I will still be here, but not, you can't see me is the point. Maybe. Oh. No, we gotta go to break for like 30-second break. It'll be fine. Okay, we're back, but I'm still invisible. But I'm going to keep working invisibly. Ooh, anything scary stuff. So here's what he has for us. Subscribe, get quotes. I don't know about that get quotes. Like, how do we get multiple? I guess we get it through this chain. Yeah. That's how we get it. So get quotes. And then is underhedged. Reset hash threshold. Okay, so that's kind of good to think about. Okay. You turn this into an interface. So, and then we'll have him actually make a type out of this. Results, details, Greeks, last quote, last trade, underlying, collapse. Okay, so it's just that. Boom. Boom. So now we can have him, I don't know, I'm sure I'll figure it out. And this into an interface. Nice. Thank you, GDT. So I think this is actually like more helpful just as a distillation of our thinking than any of this stuff. So yeah, what are we trying to do? We want to get the monitor loop. So we started with being like, let's talk about the monitor loop. How should it work? I think we'll just do set interval at a second, 1 second. And we'll just poll. I don't know. I know there's better ways. I can't really, think of an obvious one that's practical. So set an initial delay or frequency. Start monitor loop, yeah. So what is ID delta hedge? Or I delta hedge? Oh, index. Maybe. Or that's the actual class. Oh, interesting. So like pattern makes sense here. Should the loop be in delta hedge? What's idel? Just want to make sure that's the class. Yeah, right. I don't know why it's I. Like, why? Instead. The prefix. Damn. Burned out. All right, it's fine. Let's come back. So, last quote. Oh, interface. Yeah, that's dumb. Okay, so the monitor loop, he can't help us with that. For a given every 100 milliseconds, get not 100, every 1 second evaluate long delta, compare index delta. Once per second, evaluate long delta. If so if long delta is less than index delta, construct with long and hedge delta is less than index. If long delta is less than index delta, I almost want to I'm thinking of I almost want to have this concept of a delta gap. And the delta gap can just be real time parameter of last long delta, short delta, hedge delta, and then delta gap. And I'll figure out what that's about later. So construct with long and hedge delta, and yeah. Once per second, evaluate start monitor method. Monitor. Once per second, get quotes for hedge delta, for all delta, which is get contract, get update long delta, short delta, delta gap. Once per second, get fresh quotes, refresh contracts quotes. So we need to store contracts. Storage, long tickers, I guess contracts, short contracts, put hedge, call hedge, put delta, call delta. Put delta, call delta. I just have to think, so I can't be entertaining right now, or even, not that I am, but I can't even try. Put delta, storage, long contract, short contracts. Okay. I don't think we need that. So yeah, no, we just need the contracts actually. I think that's it. So once per second, refresh contract quotes. Update all the deltas. Compare the index. Like if delta gap is greater than the is by that the hedge delta, and this is put or call. Sell to open for credit. I can't believe I didn't get this done sooner. I think this is it. Sell to open for credit. What? Just the hedge put. I mean, or whatever it is. The hedge contract. And then hedge contract is set by, just more notes. Hedge contract is set by type, parameters, getters. We need put or call. like type should be put or call, but then we need hedge contract. So that gets us by the type. Huh, no, that's not, how could that work at the class level? Hedge contract. So this only works in the monitor loop. So the monitor loop needs to handle, I think what would be, makes the most sense and keeps everything kind of like easier a little bit, is to separate everything by puts and calls to begin with, and not even try to do logic and just update them individually and just have some duplication in that way. Because then there's no chance for confusion of types. If it was a set of 3, I would do it this way, but as it's a duplex or whatever, a duple, what do they call it? A tuple? Since it's just 2, I'll do it explicitly. So we want the, dude, how long am I doing this? Jeez. We want the call index delta to be that and the put index delta. So we have a call and a put index delta, but like, so you got to think about this stuff. Do you want it to be index delta call or call index delta? Makes a big difference. And so I think I want, like, do you want to sort by calls and puts, or do you want to sort by type? What's more important, the type or the attribute? In this case, the attribute is index delta. And I think we'll find out in the terms of building it what's best, and we can change it if we change our mind. So we'll just start with this. Long delta, so call long delta, put long delta. And then we could start sorting and call short delta, put short delta. Also bring that up. Call, put delta. Nice. Call delta. So right now we're doing it by that, but we could just as easily look at it like this and say index delta. Is there 3 or 4? There's 2. Obviously, it's a tuple. So then instead we could go index delta call or long delta call. Let's just copy that. Short call or delta call. And then we could sort it. Actually, do we have a sort here? Nice. So what looks better? Delta call, index delta call. And I mean, half of these should be put. So I think I should have done that a second ago. Let's get boom. And then with these, go to puts. Index delta. And then we sort. Delta call put. Delta put. Long delta put. Lung. I actually think I like this way better. So we have our delta for our call, delta for our put, our index delta for our call, index delta put, long delta. So basically we have our core delta now, but we have to think of it separate. There's no point in thinking of it combined. Long delta put, long delta call, short delta put. Okay, delta gap. I think we're ready to start getting some rubber to the road. So we want to say event emitter delta hedge extends event emitter. Declaration export class. And then going back to where's our interface that it gave us? This guy. Yeah, my AI was like not impressive today, but has been in the past. Yeah, like this. So what did I miss from these parameters? Yeah, everything he did sucked. So, but I do kind of like this. So methods. What? Why? Why can't that be? Function extends event emitter. Extends constructor super. I don't actually see what the problem is. Is it this? Oh, it's because these are types. Let's just go like this. And then is underhedged. This one, we could just do that with most of these. What are you complaining about? Okay, whatever, just go. So, oh my God. Yeah, didn't get much out of AI this time, but we did get a couple of methods. So the parameters I got were these, and those should go here, and they're all numbers. We'll just say private number, and then all these are here. This is the kind of stuff that probably Copilot might be good for. I'll give that a shot soon. Contracts, and that can be contract. You did get that right. I could type it faster than I can get it. Type contract type. Cool. And then we can set that here. So that is all the contracts. Now what we want is, maybe we do want those separated actually after all. And is this easy enough to just say contracts is like key contract type? So a put or a call, like ask GDP how to do this. Why is this invalid? Oh. That's kind of cool. Contracts. So we can record the type. Cool. With this array. So this will be invalid, but we'll say it's this. And then we'll say calls, or call is this, and put is that. Now, do we want, yeah, we do want call and put. And then I almost want short and long, but we can find that once we get to the array. Or figure it out, I guess. Okay, so we have our delta call, delta put, and all these methods. So when we construct, what do we need? We don't need anything, but what we could say could be provided and maybe should be. Yeah, like if you're going to delta hedge, you need what we need for the API call, which is this. Results. Now, ticker. So you're just giving me an array, and then I'll find the tickers from there. That works. And it's for puts and calls, I assume. And I can sort and filter. By what? Quotes. Where was it? Options chain. What is this? So I can also get, look at this. I can get RSI, EMA for any contract. That's pretty crazy. Like even just starting with this is pretty crazy. I think I want to try to include that. So what should we say is a contract? So it has the type of being a put or call. And then let's figure out what kind of data we want in here. I want RSI. RSI number. I want that on every fucking quote. Yeah, we're going to make that a requirement. EMA. 1 day. Minute. Yeah, I think I want like the minutely EMA. Or whatever. I want the technicals. So we'll say technicals, EMA, and then I can use this in all sorts of other stuff. And as long as I'm like going to go through all the effort to fucking, get it, like let's get everything there could possibly be, because it's a long road just to get there. RSI, oh, I already did it. EMA, RSI, I don't know how to use MACD. Yeah, I could use RSI and EMA for sure. Those would be good. And I can get like, let's say EMA 9, EMA 20, EMA 200. That's enough. I think beginning with that, and I assume I can get multiple EMAs at once. Window 50, the window size. I'll have to think about that. Now, why do we need all these? We don't need this, but as long as we're building this system to be able to like know for a fact what the Greeks are, we should also know what the technicals are, because those are both the same level of work. And so if we combine them, we can maybe get a multiplicative benefit, is my thinking on it. Anyway, option chain. Yeah, that's what we want. Result ID, details. How do I actually scroll down and get that? Response object, okay. So let's get GDT to a new one since everyone has sucked so far, except, no, all of them. GDT. No semicolons. I have to remember. I have to be the one to remember. So universal, what is this? NACH. Are you saying you can get the combined underlying? That's the old one. I don't have to worry. I can't believe there's. Why would you put that into the open? Like, why wouldn't you just truncate that? So anyway, I don't know. Let's go back to, I think this is what we want. Yeah, we want to take a look at this. Results. And this is one ticker or whatever. Oh wait, we already have this type. Right. He gave it to us once. Here. Oh, did I just give him that? Okay, so we can do this in a file just to make it like a little bit cleaner, right? Takes a second, but it'll be worth it. So we'll just say types. And then types. And that. Export. Maybe not actually. I think just on this. Result. Contracts. Wait, that can't be right. Results, Polygon contract. Does he like blend these or something? Underlying asset? Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. We can export this as well. Might need it. We could build an adapter for this Polygon so we could have multiple APIs and endpoints, which I do and need to do, but I'm not going to do it right now. That's a problem for future me to think about. This guy is only worried about delta hedging. Oh, did I lose it? API response. What is it? Polygon. Why isn't it pulling it in? Export interface, export interface. Do we gotta manually type it? I think it needs to be like a spread. Why? Anyway, nothing automatic is happening here, but slow and steady progress is fine. So that's the API response. So get quotes. Do I have a Polygon API? So I do. Internal API key. Nice. At least I didn't do it. That's not really helpful. API client. Oh, I think I started on something. Send subscription on disconnect on error. That's pretty good actually. Damn. Holy shit. This is like pretty complete. I didn't even know I had this. This makes me want to use this. Let's use this. So we have a client. That's good thinking. That's great. So we'll call this then If that's the WebSocket, then like we want a bunch of other methods. But now I'm just thinking, let's just put them on this, on message. Yeah, we can use all the same. So we would just say, we'd have a bunch of getters. And what would the getters be? I'm going to change my API key just because now I'm paranoid. So we'd say get contracts. Oops. And then get contracts. I think we're always going to be dealing with the same contracts on the same chain, always. Because we would just have multiple versions of the delta head should come with what is required for this, which is the underlying. Interesting. That's not quite what I'm thinking and won't totally work, but we'll use the same endpoint. I need to do it by expiry period, but that's a parameter here. So yeah, this is exactly what I need. So yeah. And so, but really, like the delta hedge then needs to construct primarily with an expiry period in addition to contracts. So if it constructs with anything, it's with what contract expiry period are we dealing with now? Do they have a unique ID? Let's take a look. Options chain. So request ID results. Oh, so there can be next. That's good to know. We'll have to think about that. Change. What are we even trying to look up? We're trying to look up the chain ID. I don't think it would have, I've never seen that concept, so I'm not expecting. I just want to make sure, because it'd be nice to be able to use a universal constant. And there is none. So we will use our own. And to me, what makes sense is just a year, month, date format that is a specific day. Yeah, I bet that's actually what they're expecting here. Yes, we'll use exactly this. So we'll say expiry period, boom. And then just to see if AI can squeeze something for the day, be polite. Type for me. And let's see if he gets it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's see. Type. I would just do it like that. I'm just going to put it like there in case it is useful. Year, month, day. It's probably better. Do this. Then it's very explicit and everyone knows. Okay, so now let's see. Damn, that is so cool that I have that Polygon client. I for real didn't know I had that. I must have done that at some point. Or maybe GDT did it, actually. This looks like GDT's work. I don't know why it's not working for me this time. Get contracts, get RSI, get EMA. No, I just want get contracts and it'll handle everything. Yeah. Get contracts by expiry. filter by our existing contract IDs, which is a good getter. We should put that getter on this. Get quotes, get contracts. I would say, so we have delta hedge. Maybe we don't need that. I think I'm conflating things. Polygon, class initiated, get contracts. I'm thinking this needs to be the same parameters that are available here, which is underlying asset. Let's do a copy and paste actually. Yeah, that's fine. Save that. Underlying, which is the only requirement. And then we might also take a strike price as a number. Oh, that's got to be a type. Interface. Get config. Get contracts. Strike price number, expiration date. Oh, we get to use our year. Let's see how that works. It's kind of fun. Contract type, like put or call is also somewhere. Export contract date. I gotta have that, right? Somewhere. I gotta have this exact line somewhere existing already. No? Wow, amazing. Amazing. I'm sure I do. Somewhere. Nice. Order. Okay, fine. I'll just add it as an optional because then I'll know it's an option. Again, in the future, AI will do all this work. And probably pretty soon. What was the other one? Is that it? Okay. Next URL. Did I capture that in the type API response? Request result status. So there is request ID, results, and there's a next URL missing. Probably because we didn't have one. This stuff is important because it makes your code maintainable. So when you read it in 3 months, you don't even have to think about it. It makes it so you don't have to pay a maintenance cost, which is a big deal. So all your thinking gets captured as you're making it, and then you don't have to recapture it. You just leverage it. Okay, contracts, config. So then in this, we do the API call. Turn data. So that is that. Now we can use this Polygon client and constructor. No, we should never really construct in our constructor. what we should do, subscriptions. What's a subscription? This is for the WebSocket. But I wish I could use all this thinking right now, because it's similar to what I want to do. I need to pull because that WebSocket, like I need it in I'll figure out how much it updates and I'll pull it accordingly. But the WebSockets don't push fast enough. So we won't use that part of it for now, but we also don't want to connect right to begin with. So what we want to do is not that. I mean, there's no other code using this, right? Yeah. Okay, that's a cool line. Yeah, that's what I want to be able to do. But let's even make this private. Can we? Or even protected. Let's make it protected. And then for that, we'll say, like almost all these could be static methods. Get instance. So what we could say is client, we'll have a global client, something like, so that's going to get included on every single one. I don't like this new pattern, but Polygon, I like doing this factory pattern. So we'll just say static, let's do it up there. Like create, whatever. And then we can make that the whole line here. And then we can call polygon.create. That's a little bit cleaner. And we'll even say that you don't even have to give the API key. We'll do it for you. But if you want to, then we'll let you. So Polygon create. And then I would like to figure out like a way to make sure this only happens once, but I don't know how to do that. Oops. Okay, so we don't need this here, but we do want to test it. And so let's just see what happens when we run this. Event emitter. The requested stream does not provide export in event emitter. I've done that like a ton. In fact, I think this is event emitter. Look at that. They didn't even get that package right. Seriously, this is not a good demo. You cannot, this is like when you tell somebody about a show you like, and then you go and it's like the worst episode. Like their one flop or whatever. That's what these LLMs have been, and I blame Sam Altman directly. I think it's a conspiracy. Okay, so that runs. Nice. So now what we want to do is test how well this Polygon works. Polygon dot import it, please. Like, how do you get a quick import? Import. Oh, maybe it's not even an export is why. It isn't. Let's see if we get an easy one. Polygon. Nice. Dot create. API. And then we can say API.get contracts. By Tesla, and we'll start there. Get contracts. was the API call for that? Options. So we'll try this. So we extend event emitter, but I also want to extend, can we extend multiple things? Can I extend multiple from multiple classes in TypeScript? Nice. Extends a mixin. Whoa, what? Oh, you can't. A mixin. Huh. So you have user, constructor, activatable. I don't know. Is that really worth it? I don't think I need it. So let's just say, what is in base API? External index. It's an abstract. Oh, okay. I thought that was like another token issue. Yeah, I don't think I use like any of this logic at all. I think all I need is HTTP. I think this is like the whole API is basically that. Config header, this declined. Yes. Boom. Okay, so now I have a little Axios client. And the base URL is going to be right here. And that's base URL. Headers, nothing for now. Params. What was params? Huh. Auth query token name. I think I do want that, but I think by default I'll just add it. I don't think I need to provide it. Timeout. I think I was just adding these all for completeness. So really, we don't need timeout. We don't need params. We don't need headers. We just need that base URL. And then we do want the query. Let's see, what is it? Config, defaults, headers, auth, has auth. No, it's like token header. What? Where was, like, what was this? Is this not anything? Oh, is this my own thing? Well, what happens with that? What do I do with it? Config. So if we do have this, oh, then I add a header. Oh, it says auth header. I thought I saw like a query token. Yeah, this. Auth query token name. Auth query token. So what is this? Params. Okay, I might actually need that. So, but I think I could just manually code it. Params. Token, auth. What are the params? Oh man. Boom. Auth. No. It's like so abstract. Token. Okay. Tokens? No. Why am I not seeing that in the type token? There's no just token. There it is. Cancel token. Well, I don't know. Config .auth token. I am wearing down in energy. So I might have to keep going another time, but we could try it real quick and just see if it's not giving me an autocomplete on this. And so I don't have a good type interface or undefined. Like this is like why it's so helpful to have a good type interface is it just shortcuts you so much. It's like, again, it's a huge upgrade. But let me see if I restart on that bracket, if it gives me one. Sometimes it's like an editor issue, params. Okay, so I have it until here. And then a argument. Okay, so I do have it. No, it says any. Arguments. Where could that come from? It seems like there's got to be a type in there. So we'll just try tokens dot polygon. Whoops. Well, whatever's in there. Good luck finding it. This is hour 4. Like, good luck. You found it? Cool. Good for you. Okay. So underlying config can be that. What was unexpected? This is the format of the URL. And so let's see if we can even polygon create. Nice. So that means our Axios class is working. So now we can try doing a request. And we'll just do this one. Axios.get. Or no, it would be this.http.get. And we should be able to just say this .get. And we'll see what that does. Consult one request. Async. API key wasn't provided. I thought that was happening. So is it auth? Is it like query? Like query. Axios client node query token. Getting access tokens. So auth is a username and a password. No, it's not what we want. Let's see, GDT knows. How do I construct an Axios client with a default query string API key? Come on. All right, let's see if that works. Hey, did that work? No, it didn't. No, it did. 200. Oh, hey, he's good for something. So is it data, like const data, quest.data? Let's see. Const data. Oh wait, that's it. Oh, so it's working. That's awesome. Okay, so we got one tidbit from GDT today. So this, I do like this interface though. That's kind of cool. This .http.get, not bad. Not bad. And then how do we parameterize this type into an array? Parameterize this interface into a query string. Actually is what we want. See how he does it. To query string. Now, config to query string. You think it works? Never seen that before. URL search params. Let's give it a shot. We'll put that like in here. I mean, it seems like it can be pretty general, right? Let's see if it works. And we'll just say object any config boom. Value.toString is possibly null. Can't I just say if value? Okay, let's see, to query string. Just so we have something printing. Okay. And then from back here, we don't even need this data right now. Let's see. So nothing because we didn't provide anything. So we'll say we want the Tesla. Oh, we get to try our year, month out for the first time. So we say expiration date, and let's just say like, so it's already invalid. So let's say 2023, 12, what is it, 13? I can't remember. Let's just say 1 for now. See, I don't think that should work. Okay, that's pretty good. So it's not just a string, like it has to be numbers. Let's see what else is in the type. Okay, any number. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's still pretty cool. So you couldn't just be like, you couldn't make a typo here. You couldn't just be like, that is invalid. So we say this. Cool. And then what was that expiry date anyway? This one, 15. That makes more sense. Okay. So contracts expiration date. So let's see if it applies that filter equals await. And then we'll say console.log these contracts. And we want this to make sure that it always returns a polygon contract array. And that will be return await as polygon API response. Yes. Data.results. See how easy that is when you actually have it all typed out for you. It's instant because you just like let it autocomplete. So get contracts done. Run. What? Yes. Expiration date. Details. Did I scroll past it? Where's details? There it is. Expiration date. No, so it didn't work. 12:15. Oh, shit. All right, well, what did it do then? So expiration date, that actually does look totally correct. Oh wait, maybe I didn't actually add those. Oh yeah, I didn't add those. So get, and then I want to say like params maybe. I think I could just just do this. Yeah. But that looked accurate. That code GDT wrote might be 2 for him. We're up 2. Not bad. After that streak. Access. Where is this even like logging from? Oh. New error. Target must be an object. Let's remove this. Okay, so params. Target must be an object. Oh. 2 query strings. So they actually want an object? So we did all that for nothing? You were wanting an object the whole time? Shit. Well, now that I know, I'll just give you an object. That makes it so much easier. Okay. Well, what? I was like, it can't be that easy. Oh shit. It worked. So that's easier than I thought it would be. Okay, well, I guess this is every contract on the 2025 chain. Now what we need is a little next recur in case there is a next. So what we'll do is give GDT this. Can you have this Axios call recur on if there are more results? And then I'll give him, not that, this. Here's the response. Should be enough context. And then if he gives me a nice little recursion, that'd be nice. No. I guess that does. That should be valid. Is that valid? Next URL. That's valid and clean. Yeah, wow, that's quite clean. Okay, that's not how I would have done it, but I like the method. If it works, let's see. So, turn params next URL. I mean, we can just see if it works. Okay, it's an infinite loop. Yeah, it's an infinite loop. No, I stopped it too early. It worked. Holy shit. Holy shit. So now let's say this. Running. Okay. What? Dude. That's awesome. Holy shit. You're not going to expand it for me? Okay, so I was like wondering, that didn't seem like a ton of data. So this is finding 112 plus 80 like contracts. This is like 150 to 250 contracts. And we got like this is great logic. I've never done this. So what is he doing? So he's saying the next URL is this start URL. Well, we have a next URL, which we always do in the beginning, which is like the next line of code. Do the request as we would, get the data, and add the data to the results. See, this is the line that makes it so clean. So then we reset results with the existing results and the new results blended. And then we set the next URL by data.next URL, and it recurs. I mean, it doesn't recur, it just runs the loop. Damn, that's freaking cool. So now we can add filters to make that need to do a less work, because execution time is everything. And you saw that that is a lot of execution time. So then maybe I wonder if we have like filters on contract type, order, limit, strike, see additional date, strike. Yeah, this is what we want. So we want to get, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. I think we want basically to get the whole chain for that entire expiry. Strike price. We could set a range to it based off of our positions and the contracts we're interested in. But I like just getting the entire freaking chain every time. So let's see how long that takes to run. So we'll say const runtime start time equals date now console.log. Let's do this separate just in case there's something there. And then time elapsed. Data now minus start time divided by 1,000. Just put this in. No, we'll keep it as that. And then we'll just say to fixer, or rather to local string actually. Can we do both? We'll see how that works. There's probably a helper for that, but I don't know. Because that is going to determine the whole pull time. I mean, I don't need every contract. Yeah, 5 seconds. That did not work. So we might want to say, so if we were to say strike price, we could query individually, but kind of the whole point is to get them as a batch, right? So we don't do multiple API calls. Get all option contracts for an underlying ticker. So we're already filtering by the expiration date, which seems like that would actually execute a lot faster. Order, contract type. I mean, we need all of them. Yeah, we need all of them. So I think we just need them all. And maybe that sets our delta hedge time to be less reactive, since we weren't able to calculate the delta ourselves yet, which I still think should be possible. Let me think. These aren't going to work for me because they don't push frequently. I need to be able to pull. And snapshot ticker get quotes. What is in this? See, now I want a snapshot. I need a snapshot because I need the Greeks. This is like price. I need the Greeks as well. Snapshot is the comprehensive view. Previous close. Trades. I wonder what this is. Previous close. Huh. Open high, low close. Yeah, I'm sure that's used in a bunch of programs. Okay, well, I think that we just have to accept the time delay. I can't think of any way to speed that up, given these are our attributes. Because we certainly need, the only thing I can think is we can try this. Let's copy this in and see if it gives us any additional, like less time delay or whatever. So we go to our interface, polygon, and then we can do this. Boom. Greater than, less than. Number, I think. More and down. Let's go. Strike price greater than. Oh, it's like, or it can be an alt of that. Is a number or this. I think is how it works. Greater than. No. Less than. Strike price. GTE. Oh, I see. Must have cropped something. Okay. So then in here, we can say strike price is 250. See how fast it is. So 302 milliseconds. And let's look at what was returned. Okay, so we have a 250 call and a 250 put. So maybe it actually would be faster to do serial requests than to get the entire chain. Let's just assume we had a range. Now it's got to be contract by contract. So like we need to get like a list of, we need like, I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Get snapshot. So we need a snapshot. So it's got to be right here, right? There's no other place it would be. Universal snapshot. What's this? So this is like indicator. A universal snapshot. Let's see, details, contract type. Or in some rare cases, other. Yeah, like, I don't know quite what this is for all types. It seems like, ticker dot any of. So maybe I would want to do that and send in a list of tickers actually, instead of using the chain. That might be what I need. I think that is what I need. So we'll rename this method real quick and then we'll wrap up this episode because that's pretty good progress. We'll say this is get contracts by chain. Get contracts. Get contracts is fine. And then we'll call this symbol. That's my normal convention. So type stocks. So I can get stocks, but I don't believe I have access to that. So I'm not even going to try. Instead, what I'm going to do is come in here and know that this is not valid anymore, but I'll still change it because I'm paranoid. And we'll just do a comma separated list of contracts. Dot any of. That's what we need to add to our thing. Get contracts, and this will say get contracts. I think let's assume it's all the same for now because I'm feeling a little bit sloppy and I don't want to double check it. So any of a string. I mean, if he can do that, if GDT can do that with a date format, why can't it make a type from this? Right? Should be able to. Can you turn this option ticker into a TypeScript type. Maybe he'll be able to. No, like an enforceable type I can reuse. Enforceable. Nope, he sucks. Validate symbol. Can't you do it with like regex or something? Oh, all right. I don't think that is possible, or you can't do it, or what. I don't care. So he sucks today. The AI, not me. I don't know. Nobody was accusing. So type equals stocks. So we'll say type equals options. Now does this ticker stocks and ticker dot any? Yeah, that's what we want. So it's actually not, did I change it? I don't think I did. So ticker can either be a string or this. And these. Greater than, wait, how can it be ticker greater than? Is it doing it by like the strike price? But in my case, I don't actually need any of that. I just need any of. So I'll say ticker.any of, and that would be a string. And then I'll bring all these in just because it's good to have them. So something like this. And that. Oh, and this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And that. And done. So now we can say, we'll keep this config the same, and we'll say get contracts. We're just going to change the endpoint from snapshot options to what? What is it? Snapshot type equals stock. No. We want, oh, I already had options. So type is options. Yeah, I just want to copy and paste theirs to make sure we have it exactly as it from the source, from the progenitor. Okay, I think that's it. And we don't need symbol now. Yeah, we don't need symbol. We're just going to say get contracts, tickers, string, done. And then params. What would the params even be? I don't even think we want that right now. I don't even think we want that. I think we want, does this have a next URL? Better have next, okay. Otherwise we would have to use a new function. So, any of params. Yeah, okay, fine. You can keep your params. It would be an easier interface to do it as a spread, which maybe we want to do. So what kind of params are we even passing in? Like none. Yeah. So we'll say async dot, we'll try to do an overload here, okay? I never get these right, but let's try using GDT for it. So we'll say, hey GDT, can you turn this method into an overload where we can either provide only a spread array of strings option ticker IDs, or two arguments. The first, an array of strings. The second, an optional config. See what he gives us. Maybe it'll be good. Let's see. Okay. Copy and paste that in. Oops, got a little extra. Got a little extra on us, but that's okay. That work? Tickers. And then he's got some logic in here on tickers. What changed? Let's just take his whole thing and see if it all works. Initial params, tickers.join. Final params. Well, why is it tickers? It's not supposed to be tickers. Oh, it is. It is. It is. But, okay, let's just run it because whatever. So this is saying that is not valid, but this would be valid, but no, it wouldn't because we need an actual contract ID for this one. Needs to be that. This should be valid, but I'm not going to do that for now because it doesn't really make sense. So let's see. Yeah, it's stuck on that while loop. Snapshot options. I wonder what it's up to. Okay, that's running too long. So I'm going to go back and undo all that because, well, I'm not going to undo all that. Let's go grab that. So back. Strike price, what is this? Oh yeah, I don't think I need that. Let's just get back to this known state. All right, that's a good enough known state. We can rebuild it. So get contracts is gonna get, now this should be working again. And okay, so what we're gonna say is async get contracts by like get by symbol. Get contracts by symbol. It's like find contracts versus get contracts. But we'll keep them that way for now. And this one will be get contracts. And then we'll just hard code this for now. And this just needs to go here. And we preserve all that logic and contract tickers, string, array, go. And then next symbol, so next URL parameters. Params is going to be params. Tickers. And what was their thing? No, this one. Ticker.any of. Ticker any of. Well, let's just type this so we have it. First of all, we don't need that symbol. We just need this version. That should work. Params equals get contracts config. And so we'll say ticker can be, now we get our type. any of, like, any of, I think this should be an array, but it can't be. So we'll just do it here. And that should be good for rams. Let's give that a shot. Okay. So, but we have to go configure it. Get contracts. So this is using get contracts by symbol. And we want contracts equals await API dot get contracts by ID, which will start with these two. And since we have a spread array, it makes it clean as feel like it's getting hung up on that next. Contract stickers. All right, I'm gonna take this out of the loop for now and just say that is dangerous. It's clean, but I can just tell you it's dangerous. Request data. Return data dot results. And that goes there. Run. Undefined. Let's see what this is. Get. How do I hook in before? I think I actually do have a hook example. Get client.get. Handle success, handle error. No, there's like a pre-flight. Stuck get. Dot then handle success, handle error. I thought there was some kind of like pre-flight on that. How do I actually log the URL, like the final URL? This dot, where is that coming from? This dot get URL. What kind of post? Let's see. This dot get. So what's it coming up with here? This could just be because the data structure changed. Okay, so it looks like it worked, kind of. Delayed underlying asset. Well, that's not right. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so this is like giving me every contract there is. So something's wrong in our logic. That's why that was taking so long. It was like trying to give me every contract on the market. I don't want that. I want this. Oh, maybe I went to the wrong thing. Snapshot. I think I'm using the wrong endpoint. Snapshot. Let's give that a try. Ticker, any of this list. Try. Okay, promising. I mean, that would have definitely been a problem. Wait, it's returning the exact same thing again? So what is it returning? Let's just go like this. JSON does this. So let's see what this is. Call American. Where's the ticker? Ticker A. What? So it's like giving me the first whatever So I feel like this means my query string logic is wrong in get contracts. So let's say params. Does it have to be like params? Like, what does it have to be? Params. Tickers. I feel like I just want to hard code this URL like this. Copy, paste, and not even try to use the right way. And literally just delete all that bullshit. And then do this and hope the API key works. .get URL. Yeah, let's take all this bullshit out and get to the basics. Let's see what the URL is. I even want to just get the API key and just use Axios. I don't trust any of this. So what is the actual literal? Let's do it one more time. Where we say this key. Okay. Let's just see what that does. Okay. Hey, Tesla. Now that looks more correct. So we should have 2 items in this array. Nice. Then we come back here and see if it's the same data structure. Should be. It is not. But it is 2 items, so that's good. So then let's go look at what it is. Well, we have it right here. So break-even price. So these are the contracts. So what we should find is this one is a put right here. Nice. And then that should be put right there, says it. And this one is a call. And so now that is an important major step. It took a long time to get there. But what I think is now I can go and add a bunch of contracts. And like this. And then we'll say this. And that will be interesting. So, yeah. You know what? I kind of want to see if I can. Anyway, I'll do that in a second. Okay, so let's put all these into an array and see how long it takes. Because I think I'd have more than this at a time. So if it can't execute this well, we're in trouble. But it should be able to. 266 milliseconds, and then we just more care about contracts dot map. Well, what actually is, where do I find the ticker? It is giving me a type error of any. Yeah. God, it's fine. Pedantic fool. Hey. All right, we're getting them back from the API, 306 milliseconds. All right, we got to do a bigger test of a bunch. So I think I can get some pretty quick actually. Here's these. And we can even add dupes to the array like these and see how it handles it. Because I think this is getting to be about the volume. In fact, I think that is about the volume that we'd be monitoring per instance, which we'd have multiple instances of. But still, let's see how it performs. Yeah. I guess I should just make it an array. I like the spread operator. Hey, that's fast. That's fast as fuck. Boom. Okay, so it's scalable. So we're in business. So this is way faster. Okay, so now what we need to do is look at if it gives us the data we need. No, you're not going to give me the data I need. That's why it's so fast. Damn. All that. No. Oh, wait. So we do have it? Please tell me you have the Greeks. It's just collapsed here and it doesn't have it. So let's see what's going on. Is it possible that it sometimes doesn't have the Greeks? Holy shiz. That's fast. 288 milliseconds? That's a lot of contracts. Like, let's see. This is hilarious that I'm about to do this, but whatever. Fine. You happy? I hope you're happy now that I confessed it. I watched Wicked too many times. Contract. And dude, I'm getting tired. Like, what am I trying to do here? Okay, get contracts. We're still live. We're still going. Crazy shit. But we need to be able to know how many contracts it was. Fetched contracts in that length of time. So we fetched, no, don't give me the whole thing. Just say the length, dummy. Gotta anticipate what I desire. Not yet. Do what I mean, not what I say. Fetch 38. That's really not that many. Let's get some more. I want to do like a couple of hundred to know what the capabilities are. There we go. Okay, that should be plenty. That should be plenty. So far, it's been scalable at about under 300 milliseconds, no matter the size. Let's see. Holy shit. That's so fast. It's so much faster. And it's giving us the Greeks. Give us the delta. Give us the delta of the whole thing. I now demand it. Check this shiz out. Give us an accumulator. That's a number. That c.greeks delta. What's right there? Plus equals that with this. Give us the freaking delta. Properties reading delta. Greeks of delta. Fetched 0. How could it be 0? Is it a string? Greeks? That's a number. Where's my accumulator? Oh, it's because I'm not returning my accumulator. I'm just adding it. So we want to say const delta equals this or 0. And then delta return accumulator. No? Well, what is wrong? Fetched, reduce, console log. Where are these numbers coming from? It's like adding them as a string. Like parse float. That would like get an error if it's what is this? It's literally adding it as a string. Or no, it's just console logging it. Where is this console log from? Okay, that is the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, this is pointless of me to. It's like when engineers just start like guessing. She's like, oh, maybe it's that. I mean, that's because it's fast and it works. Aggregated delta. So here is our index delta, which is like a huge, like hard part of building this. That's it. We got it. All right. We can resume again tomorrow. That is the hard part. That is the freaking hard part. So now what we would want to do is times that by like 1,000 to make it like maybe 100 actually seems more correct. But I think it needs to be that is how we think of it. Yes. Times 100. So ostensibly, this isn't the case, but if all these contracts were in my portfolio, that would be how much the contract, the change in my portfolio would be happening. What is that? Yeah, that would be the dollar value that would be changing per dollar of all the combined underlying assets. That isn't the case, but that's an interesting number. It'd be like, because that they change so quickly. Anyway, okay. I don't think we should times it by 100 because that's confusing, and I'm gonna forget I did that. But I also feel like I should times it by 100. But what I know is that it doesn't matter what I times it by, because now that I can get that in 400 milliseconds for 250 contracts is plenty. I mean, that's plenty. Okay, that's plenty. So we don't need some fancy calculation. We can get the actual combined aggregate delta. And then from here, we literally just do this. Watch. Here, I'll just like do half of it. And just take this, set interval. This is the monitor. We'll have it run every, let's start with 1500 milliseconds. And we're going to spam the shiz out of their API. And we want to see how that delta value would change as things, you know, as the day goes on or whatever. Okay. Oh, we need to be resetting our time value. Executed and start time. Where's start time? Oh. What? Where are we in space? Freaking, we gotta like wrap that or something? For real, where is, like, what is this? Oh, that's a giant gap in the array. I see. That's funny. So I was like, where are we on the page? Start time. This needs to be right here. But that's pretty cool. That is pretty freaking cool. So we're averaging 300 milliseconds consistently to pull this data. Okay, there was a spike. This almost makes me want to just set this into a loop and then recur it. So it's like contracts. No, monitor equals. Let's just get this whole thing here. Async here. And then what we'll say is like set timeout. We can just start here. However long it takes, we'll say set timeout for monitor, and we'll just start with 1 second. And then that will be, I think, a little less spammy because it won't just fire off every 300 milliseconds. It'll wait a full second until completion, in theory, if I actually call it. So you can't see a big difference here, but you could see it if I set this to be like 100 milliseconds, then that means I'm just going to spam the shit out of their servers, but you'll get the idea. So now it's like boom, boom, boom. It's still getting that consistent time. And honestly, I kind of like that. Look at, they can handle it. Like I might let this run for a while and let's see what it's doing to my, I'm just going to change my key again so you can see it. But yeah, like I kind of want to see here. Let me just do this so I don't have to like show it pointlessly, even though I'm still going to change it. So where is it? Dashboard, API keys, boom, requests. Yeah, I want to see like account. Where do I actually see? I thought there was a way to see requests. Oh, I guess this is it. So yeah, the requests are right here coming in. So this is 622. Can we open this in a new tab? Yeah, this is what I want. So it is still going, right? Nice. Yeah, it's still running. So yeah, like this delta value is changing, which is insane. That makes no sense. What are you doing, sir? How can that be possible? That means they're recalculating the delta every request. That is the only way that would be possible. And it's by a pretty big margin. Look at that. That's at like the 6th decimal. 21781 0 no 21780 21780. I wonder if this is like somehow real time. Could it be? Because it's so many contracts. Could there be something real time happening? But what's so cool about this is, in theory, on Monday morning, I should be able to boot this up with all my positions and see for the first time ever my actual delta. And then here's how the logic looks from here. See, this is way better. I like this more than set interval, is set timeout and recur. Man, this is like the whole delta edge right here. We don't even need a class. We were making it so complicated. We already had all the work cut out for us. But I was trying to demonstrate the power of AI. Okay, so see how it stalled or stopped on that 4.5 second request. So we should use set timeout. But basically from here, all we do is say index delta. But this is actually current delta. And what we really need to do is accumulate this in a few directions. So we have to say long delta, and then that's 0, short delta 0, oh yeah, this is why. Long delta call long, or do again, I'm getting back to that same problem in the beginning. Call long delta call. I think it's long delta call, long delta put, or maybe we should say long call delta, short call delta, long put delta, short put delta. And now, if we don't have the Greeks, so we can start getting this in like contract. If not contract dot Greeks, return accumulator if the long delta. So what? Oh, number. Who says it's got to be a number? Did I say that? Oh, I said it right here. No, it's got to be like long call delta, long put delta number, long short call delta number, short put delta number. Okay, so then we want to say, let's get some contract details in here. So we're not going to be hedging contracts that don't have the Greeks, but like we should log that somehow. We should say console.log contract.ticker Greeks not found. And then otherwise we should accumulate them by their different types. Interesting. Greeks not found for all these. How could that be possible? So let's try this out. Greeks 404. We'll say if not Greeks 44 dot includes contract dot ticker, then Greeks 44 dot push dot ticker. What? Yeah, it's gonna be a string. You happy? And then we'll say like set timeout console log Greeks 44, and we will do that, yeah, like after like 5 seconds. Let's do it after 8 seconds. We'll do that to give it a time to run for a bit, and then index delta object. Well, that makes sense. Current delta. I think there's a way to say like console.table. How do you do it? Console table object.keys, and then delta report. Cool. Did it ever fire off? I wasn't watching. Hey, that's kind of cool. Object.keys, object, I think it fired off. Initiated. No. Like, let's just log it as we go. And that way it's at least a unique set. I think that works. No? Okay. How do you use table? Table, tabular data, any. Properties. So I think it would be something like object dot keys and then object dot values. Maybe that will be a better format. But I do want to see the Greeks. Not really. Object keys. I think that might be also redundant. Object keys, object values. It's fine. Nothing? All right, I don't know how to use it, but the keys was cool. So there's something there, but still. Console.log, Delta report. So that'll be accumulating as we go, and then Greeks. If Greeks does not include, now we should start seeing the 404s come in. What? Doesn't, if not Greeks, oh. If not this, and not this, then do that. Okay, so if we don't have the contract Greeks and the contract Greek, oh, it's working. It is working. That's how many contracts are in there. 404 Greeks. Let's get the length. $43. That's a lot. It's a big percentage. I wonder how many are expired. There could be a ton of expired ones. Oh yeah, maybe that's all that's happening. I just pulled this from like a bunch of, stuff. So cool that it doesn't fail on expired. Very cool. 915. That's not expired, or I guess it is. Or any of these not expired is the question. They all look expired. So I think we're only 404ing on expired contracts anyway. And so that shouldn't affect our Delta Monitor program much. So let's real quick, just because we're so close, we got to do it. Let's see what kind of keys we got here. And let's back off of their servers maybe a little bit just to be friendly. But first, let's see how much damage we're doing. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Oh, you can see. Boom, boom. Cool. So this API can take some punishment. That's cool. That'll be interesting. What am I at? How did they even measure it? 6,800 what? What is that? Requests or something? Per minute? QPS? Maybe? So if we have the contracts Greeks, then we want to say if the contract, let's go look again at the thing here. So we want to say if the contract dot details dot type, I mean, it's a little annoying that I don't just have my types here, but we can't add it right now. equals put, then else, and then we'll have another one of these. I mean, easier ways, but I'm not going to try to make it pretty at all. So then strike price. But like, for me, I would be looking at the position and I would see if I was having, there's no way actually to do this here to know long or short. We only have the indicators. But with the position, I would be seeing if it was long or short. Yeah. So, but since I can't do that here, we'll just focus on the long side and assume it's all long. So we'll say long put delta at dot long put delta plus equals contract dot Greeks dot delta. Otherwise, we'll add it to the calls. Long call delta. And that's cool. So now we should see it as it changes. Long call delta, long call delta. Plus equals long call delta. Wonder why that's the case. Is it possible that it doesn't have the delta? Contract. Let's say object dot keys contract, and let's stop that. So let's start with this. Give me the contract delta equals that. And then we'll just say, if we don't have that, if not contract delta, then for it and return the accumulator, else the accumulator plus equals on the contract delta. I mean, there's an easier way to do this, but equals call details type, and then we'll say contract type details dot type. Log this because I have a feeling that's the problem. Type is undefined yet. So what results? Boom. Details. Am I on the wrong snapshots? Universal snapshot. Returns result array. Details object. Contract type. Typo. Nice. Nice. There's not a single put in there? That can't be true. Like, let's take out the that, and then, okay, so there's a piece. No, not yet. Oops. Oh my God, one more try, one more. Okay, there's puts. Yeah, plenty of puts. That would have been funny though. I'm not seeing them go into long put delta because I'm not using my thing. If you're like watching this, it's so much easier to like see the mistakes, but I have to find them and narrate at the same time. What's going on? Got a bug? Oh, it's working. It's that. Okay. Why would the put be negative delta? Are puts negative delta? Always? So when you buy a put, you're buying negative delta? So delta is always then fixed to the price direction. It's funny that I could have come this far without realizing that. Makes sense. So does change my equation though, my logic a little bit, because I was planning on just minusing the delta, but it doesn't really matter because now I could just add it. Oh wait, no, I still do minus it. No, I minus my short delta and my long delta. But I got to treat these, I need like the delta hedge to be an absolute value minus the short call delta, which could only be populated by, I got to think about this more. So I give it a list of contracts and I need to have the weight of the delta set by the quantity of the position. So like these are contracts that represent positions I have, puts and calls. And the total sum isn't just the sum of these, it's the sum of the position. So the quantity times the delta. Then that's my index delta. So when the program begins, I get a measure of my index delta. Now for speed, but then I need to like be adjusting that as the delta changes. So like assume I buy or sell something, that changes the delta profile. And so I got to think about that. How to adjust the delta profile in real time will be the subject of my run in about 5 minutes. So yeah, like I'm going to go and do the rest of my day. This was so productive. Like we have a sum of delta coming in for a given set of contracts. That's pretty good. And I'll be very interested to see this during trading hours. And I feel like that's already going to be an amazing indicator. What I'll probably work on a little bit offline is cleaning all this up into a class and making it like some of the stuff we were trying to get done with GDT. That's not that like any of this is crazy interesting unless you're like into coding and stuff, but I'm into it, so it's interesting to me. And what's our next steps? So we have now a function that very quickly and scalably can return any indicator on the Greeks, at least. I mean, we could see the same thing with gamma, right? Like it would just be literally changing it to gamma. And now that's the power code. I mean, the value is different, but you get the point. And so that's pretty freaking powerful. What I need to include in though is the RSI. Do I need it? I don't need it. I won't do it because I don't need it, but I'd sure like it. What are our next steps? To get this functional, to get this really working, I need it to be dynamic and changing as things change on my end. I believe. Maybe what it is there's two types of config. There's like an active approach and there's like a static approach. And so the static approach is saying, here, just get the starting delta of these contracts. If it ever goes down, do the inverse action. And the way that you get that is by when you first call monitor, you have a pre-call to this that just gets your index. And then as your index is changing, because this is really your current delta, like I'm not sure if I'm like writing that out anywhere. Delta report, current deltas. Current delta is more clear. So then I'm looking at the index, and if the current delta is higher, great, that's great. But what would I want to see with the long put delta? I want to go back and see what that is. So I want the long put delta to go down. I want a higher value of long put delta, I believe. Right? Also, why is it so low? Why is it like so low compared? Probably because I have a lot more puts and calls. I'll have to look into that and make sure it's actually calculating it correctly. But I believe what I must want there then is a lower number. So if that number ever increases past the index, then we will sell for a credit positive delta, and that will go into the short put delta, which will be a positive value. So the short call delta will be a negative value. The short put delta will be a positive value. The sum of those, of all of those, must equal the index in delta. And we really will only look at that from both the call and the put side. So the sum of the long and short calls must be greater than or equal to the index delta. And the only way, how could you make that happen? I think it has to happen like to some degree. I'll have to see how all this works in practice, because like if I'm selling a call, like let's say the delta dropped by a full one like actual delta, whatever you call it, by 1, and it went from 19 to 18. Okay, so that means I need to sell enough of negative delta in the short side, right? So like if my contract had a negative delta of like 0.2, I'd need to sell 5 of those for credits. And then that should immediately show up in my short call delta. Now, how to make that happen is going to be really difficult. That is going to be hard. That's going to be hard. So I'll have to think about it. But the logic of it all isn't so complicated, right? So we dropped from 19 to 18. Now we have a deficit of 1. That requires, since our hedge contract has a delta of negative 0.2, hypothetically, then we sell to open 5 units for a credit. And then the next time the loop runs, it will see that short call delta in there, and it'll sum the new, this is going to work. It's going to work. Okay, so it's going to sum the new credits, which are just because we took that action. Yeah, that's how it does work. That's how it does get back to baseline. And so it drops from 19 to 18 from a decline in price. But like before it ever even got that far, we were selling a bunch of credits. We sold a ton of credits. Like when it dropped from 19 to 18.2 or 18.8, we sold a credit. And again at 18.6, again at 18.4, again at 18.2. Now it's at 18 and it's rising again. We do nothing. We don't buy back our credits. We just let that be the consequence. And hey, look, like what we've done is we've widened the spread on the trade, and we can reduce it in the future if we want. But for now, we widened it as a response to a market price movement that impacted our aggregate delta. Yes, this is gonna work. I mean, when I get it working, like hopefully I can get it working fast. And I think we discovered a lot today. I did. But the most important part is I can hammer this API and it's no problem. Look at how, like, I guess I'm doing less, but still, that's pretty, oh, you can't see it. Yeah, it's still pretty good. Let's ramp it up for a bit and just see what it can handle. Let's just say go as fast as you can. And just because I want to prove it, go. They're like, why? Why on a Saturday? And I mean, we should see this pretty much immediately in the data. But I want to know that it works. And so far, that is working. I'm not getting rate limited. I'm not getting throttled. That is a pretty high throughput for 237 contracts, which is about as many, I think, as I'd ever need to monitor. And so if I could do 10 times that, it's still within the realm of possibility. Here's what I'm looking at. This 300 milliseconds, it tells me everything I need to know about feasibility. Because if that was 3 seconds, like it was in the beginning, this whole project is like not going to work. Because I need to be able to like respond to market movements in tens of milliseconds, not tens of seconds. Now, tens of seconds is better than tens of minutes, but like to really lock in, especially on a big move down, stuff happens so quickly. And this is only one part of it. The other part is how do you actually make sure that these credits open? You might have a crazy situation where you keep selling orders that don't fill. And that's also why this is so good to have as a blocking command. So what we do then is we guarantee before the next loop runs that the order is filled, and we don't continue the loop until that happens. And then that stops us from making duplicate orders in theory. But just as a safety check, I'll probably cancel all orders on that chain, just as a double check or whatever, just to make sure we're not like recursively selling calls like endlessly or whatever. Well, not even that could happen other ways, but more what I was saying is like every time the loop runs, it's going to try to sell a call, and it's going to be running this fast. So if the call doesn't execute, then the price can keep dropping. Like if the price keeps dropping, the sold call won't execute. I'm thinking in terms of calls. And so you'll just have that order hanging out there. And then maybe it places like 10 more orders, a ton more orders until you exhaust your whole supply or whatever of contracts, which is like, the ultimate hedge or whatever. And if that happened, then what could happen is then the price like explodes back up and you get trapped with all these sold calls and you sold at the bottom or whatever because all those calls get filled on the way up. So yeah, I think it's of supreme importance that the loop not continue until all the right actions happen, and we just wait on all of those. And that is why I like how we have this set up with this set monitor, and we could just keep it at 1. Yeah, just why not? Just do it again when you're done. Do it again when you're done. However long it takes is fine, right? Like we just say await random 0, like 1, 2, 3, right? Is that mine? No. Where's my random number? Random number between like 103 and 1000. And then this should recur at a slower pace. It should look to us like a slower pace. Now let's add a lot of variance. 10 seconds. Recur. Doesn't seem like it's working. Is it? Let's see. That should be 5 seconds to 10 seconds. No, it's not working. Okay, well, whatever. I'll have to figure out why that's not working. Monitor async. That should be working. Await set timeout. Like, I don't think you can await a set timeout. Okay. That is doing that. You know what? I think I have a method actually. Wait, sleep. I think I was using the wrong method. What was I doing? Oh, I was just getting a random number. What I was trying to do is this. Okay, so let's wait for that and get rid of this guess, which is annoying and spammy. Okay, so that definitely worked. So now this should be awaiting randomly about a second, but random. And that random matters a lot. So let's even make it more dramatic. Okay. So now a maximum of 3 seconds will always recur between 0 and 3. And you know what? We could just do that by doing this. It's the equivalent. Less is more. So yeah, we just recur in a random interval between 1 to 3 seconds. And really, we'll just say 1 second is your maximum break. I like that. I like that. That gives them a little bit of buffer. Let's just do this because we're crazy. We'll randomly wait between like 50 and 100 milliseconds. And then we'll randomly wait between, like 800 and 1600. Just because we're having fun. All right, I like that more. Interval. I like wait time actually. So wait time is like random, and that's kind of nice not to hotspot their servers, but it's already going to be random because we're going to be executing all this stuff. So then we come in, and this is an example. So like delta is below threshold, sell for credit. Do it now. And then we'll say await. Sleep, let's say 2400 to mimic a real, like we got to be able to place an order, check the status. If it didn't execute, place it again. I mean, we could place a marker order on Tradier gives you a marker order. So then order complete. And then let's see what this looks like. Delta is below threshold. Sell for credit. Order complete. Delta is below. Okay. And then see how it's not recurring until the entirety of that happens. We could also just say total execution time right here real quick. Console.log total time. Like that. And see, that should account for the 2400 milliseconds. So it should be like 2700, 2800. Yep. But that should be random every time. And it is. Cool. So yeah, that is how Delta Hedge is going to work. It's just going to keep on recurring endlessly as long as the script is active. And then it's going to force fill on its credit orders. But guess what? That shouldn't be that hard, especially if we just always order a little bit for like of a sweep or whatever, where we go like a couple of clicks lower in the money, or like, I mean, like below, basically we go one click below the bid. I mean, the ask, because we're selling. Oh, wait, no, we go to the bid because we're selling. It would be the ask if we were buying. Anyway, and that will give us what? One click below. Well, by click, I mean one, like if it's $1, I mean, you have to scale it, but like, you just offer a little bit of a better deal and it'll execute faster. So if you're willing to pay more for speed, then you can get it. And in this case, I think that's exactly what we want. When placing a trade, that's where we want to like only sell for profit and where like things really, the pennies really matter or whatever. This is a pure hedge, like order execution speed is everything. That's what we care about. Because if we waited a half second, that penny might be $1. So what we should do is just like freaking make sure the order gets filled. But that should be possible because we can just pay the ask. We'll just pay the ask. And we have the ask right here in the contract, somewhere in here. Okay, so we can see, yeah, there's that, whatever. Let's see what the contract, the last quote ask. Yeah. So we just pay always the ask and maybe like a 1% less of the ask, which we already have in less than 300 millisecond latency. But even then we have to make sure and follow up and make sure that the status of that order is filled. So we do like another while loop, like while state, order.state is unfilled or whatever. Then we cancel the previous place and replace, something like that. And lots of complicated stuff, but I feel pretty good about that work for the day. So yeah, fun live stream. Thanks. If somebody watched the entirety or hung out that long, fucking incredible. So yeah, see you guys.